Good morning, everybody. I'm calling to order the July MTA Board Meeting. Paige, General Counsel, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Chair Lieber, we have a quorum.
Thanks. Before we hear from public speakers, we're going to have the usual brief safety announcement. Go ahead, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Just a procedural note. After we hear from public speakers, we're going to go into executive session to be briefed on and take action on the newly ratified TW Local 100 contract. So that'll be the first order of business, executive session. Then we'll come back to do our normal business. With that, Kate, can we hear from the public speakers?
Good morning, Chair Lieber, and welcome to the MTA's board meeting public comment session. Today we have 38 members of the public registered to speak. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I'd also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. In the event that we reach our allotted time for public comments during this session, we will move to a separate live recording session. Stand by for instructions from the moderator at that time. And please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jacknierenberg, followed by Lise Daglian.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacknierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United, and I want to make one thing abundantly clear. Anyone who mentions the word equity or says they're in support of equity and then says they're supporting congestion pricing is either completely oblivious to the definition of equity or is deliberately gaslighting the public. And why is it that the Traffic Mobility Review Board, even though their meeting is going to be streamed live, is not having a public comment session? That goes against any equitable practice, and that is wrong. And speaking of another really important topic today, the fare increases. Today that's going to be voted on. What's also going to be voted on is the elimination of Atlantic Ticket, which, as we've been mentioning over and over again, is a lifeline to these communities in Brooklyn and Southeast Queens. And they've had this for probably long enough so that we can't call it a pilot anymore. And we already want congestion pricing, and the public was promised that with congestion pricing, we would be getting adequate alternative incentives to take public transportation. But that's being taken away from us now. By voting to eliminate Atlantic Ticket, that would be disgraceful, it would be a stain on this agency, and it would be illegal. It would be a Title VI violation. You all don't want that. I don't like talking about this, but it has to be said. It would be absolutely wrong to eliminate these discounts that these disadvantaged communities rely on. It is an absolute problem, so please help us out. Don't harm us. Vote no on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lise Daglian, who will be followed by Cara Leibowitz.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lise Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. I was never so happy to see a bunch of zeros as I was at Finance on Monday. Who knew an MTA balance sheet could be so beautiful? Thanks to Governor Hochul and the state legislature recognizing that transit for the essential service it is, we're seeing a funded system through 2027 with a budget that doesn't rely on service cuts, exorbitant fare hikes, or layoffs, the triad of pain we're too used to facing year after year. The state funded most of the yawning gap, and the MTA is on the hook for finding efficiencies, as it should be. Riders are also being asked to contribute to the well-being of the transit system with the resumption of planned 4% fare increases to keep the lights on and the trains moving. To lessen the pain, we'll see service increases on subway lines where there's been off-peak growth. The fare hikes you vote on today will still cause pain for some riders. We were disappointed eligibility for fair fares wasn't raised to 200% of the federal poverty level, but the modest increase to 120% and additional funding will still help more people than before. To help even more, fair fares should be expanded to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North. We're glad we'll finally see 24/7 discounted travel within the city with city ticket peak and off-peak tickets. We understand that part of the evolution of Atlantic Ticket is folding it in to help reduce confusion and rationalize ticket types. Both were born from PCAC, and we love them dearly. But instead of the demise of the Atlantic Ticket Weekly, which offers convenient travel, helps unify the MTA system, and improves equity, we'd like to formally request a feasibility study, including a field study in 2024, to see how a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses could work, especially as we seek to increase ridership in advance of congestion pricing. Using one ticket to travel the system is key, and we'd like to be part of that process. Finally, we're glad that west of Hudson riders will be held harmless. They deserve a break. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Cara Leibowitz, followed by Mr. X.
Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Today is yet another big day for congestion pricing, with the first meeting of the TMRB. It's fitting that on this day in 1967, the first subway air conditioners were installed on the F. Think of what we could do with congestion pricing. With the major federal hurdles out of the way, now come the important decisions of prices, exemptions, credits, and more. We urge the TMRB to move forward with few exemptions, which will help lower the toll for everyone else. Together with the Congestion Pricing Now Coalition, we'd also like to see a per-ride surcharge paid for by riders on for-hire vehicle trips like Ubers and Lyfts instead of a once-per-day toll. This will do more to help decrease congestion and raise funding for transit. This should not, however, apply to taxis, whose drivers have suffered financially in recent years. Buses used for transit should certainly be exempt, as they help achieve one of the main goals of congestion pricing, reducing traffic by getting drivers out of cars. Transit improvements around the city will help, so New Yorkers can see that transit is their best way to get around. That means bus improvements like an offset bus lane on Fordham Road, made possible with continued partnership between the city and the MTA. Off-peak service improvements are already helping, and we can't wait to see more. Transparency is also key, with improvements to open data so that naysayers can see details on how congestion pricing money is spent. We're thankful that the MTA has made great progress on publicizing its data in more understandable formats following Senator Comrie and Assemblymember Carroll's MTA open data law. After working out the who, what, where, and when, New Yorkers will soon see the why of congestion pricing: cleaner air, faster buses and emergency vehicles, better transit, and less traffic. Transformative projects like the 2nd Avenue Subway, Interborough Express, Penn Access, system-wide signal upgrades, accessibility improvements like Met's Willets Point, resiliency updates, lower transit emissions, station beautifications, ongoing maintenance, and more are depending on the critical capital funding that congestion pricing will bring the MTA. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. X, followed by David Kupferberg.
As I stated before, if you have to increase the NYCTA base fare, you should increase it to $305 later this year, then increase it to $290 later this year, then 3 or 5 years from now. Why not just increase it to $3 and make it even and less confusing and annoying? As I stated before, the volunteers, aka board members, just say no to fare and toll increase. Over the years, they said yes. What they said was, we, not they, should pay more. While they were receiving free easy passes from the Port Authority, which is a joke, New Jersey and New York Port Authority was a joke, Free parking stickers for the NYPD, which is a joke. Free Metro cards from the MTA, which stands for money thrown away, which is also a joke, which I find disturbing. They should say no. If they're brave enough to say yes, then they're brave enough to get smacked. It's that simple. And something else they should know. They really, at this point, they really should say no, especially after what happened to Peter Calico years ago. Over the years, we had bad service. We paid more for less service. They say we should pay more for less service. That's basically what they said. No, you can't have it both ways. But you can go both ways. That's another story. You want to go both ways? That's fine with me. You want to dance like a rockhead? That's fine with me. I'm too big to dance like a rockhead. My waist size is 44. When I buy dress pants, I have to buy 3 sizes, 44 by 30, 46 by 30, and 48 by 30. I always check the labels. I don't know if you check the labels when you buy dress pants for yourselves. I check the labels. So you need to say no to fair and toll increases once and for all. Okay, and stop behaving as if the world evolves around you. Because that's what you're doing. You think the world evolves around you. That's not, no, it doesn't work that way. The world doesn't evolve around you. And whether you're still receiving free parking stickers, Metro cards, and Easy Pass remains a mystery. You were one time. There's no excuse for that.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Christopher Greif.
My name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. According to U.S. Rep. Nicole Maliotakis, she voted in favor of the federal COVID-19 funds for the MTA because Governor Kathy Hochul said to Ms. Maliotakis that fare increases for 2023 and 2024 were, quote, off the table, unquote. It is my sincere hope that Governor Hochul did not lie to Rep. Maliotakis, because if Governor Hochul did lie, she has a lot of explaining to do. If NYCT President Richard Daley wants to significantly increase customer satisfaction, he should also have the goal to significantly decrease passenger travel time. As the MTA has decided to take a multi-pronged approach to address fare evasion, the MTA should also take a multi-pronged approach to address bus bunching. Nowhere in the financial plan does the MTA mention how they would address bus bunching, except to mention the bus network redesigns and the installation of cameras on buses. Based on my experience of currently living near the M42, bus field dispatches make the buses faster and more reliable. It would probably require to increase the headcount of bus field dispatchers tenfold, from 40 to 400. Could the MTA afford to do this? I think the MTA could afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Jessica Murray.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Happy ADA 33. I did put my testimony in today for the first, maybe just saying what, first time. Since we're supposed to meet next week, which we're supposed to, July 26, 1990 is the American Disability, was signed in to the in law for people with disability. Since for 33 years, we've been advocating and trying to make sure that trains, buses, Access-a-Ride, and much more to be truly, fully accessible. The American Disability Act is not just a law, is we need to follow that law and continue advocating for everyone from seniors to people with disabilities. And the category also for congestion price needs to be mentioned about people with disabilities who are here today as well. And we need to make sure that seniors and people with disabilities who don't, not just using Access-a-Ride, but do have agencies that have those private vans that are transporting them to clinics, day have programs, or maybe they want to go to the museum, but they have to use special vehicles. We need to make that very clear. And regarding the fare, if it ever changes, and I say the word if, we need to make sure that the reduced fare prices are shown, because people in low income need to adjust their budgets, from Medicaid to Social Security to food stamps. Please, let's always remember this. In the past, we have mentioned this, but again, I'm going to say this again. Please make sure. Happy ADA 33 Disability Pride Month. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker will be Jessica Murray, followed by Portia Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Murray. I'm the chair of the advisory committee on transit accessibility for your agency. You don't often hear from me, but I am working a lot behind the scenes to try to make incremental and big improvements at the MTA. And I've been advocating for people with disabilities for over 7 years now with your agency. I was there in person a couple of months ago, and even though I was one of the first people to sign up to speak, I wasn't allowed to speak. So I hope that you will review your processes for public speakers and have a fair and transparent process so that you can hear from people like me who do the right thing, show up early, show up on time, and still don't get to speak. Another issue that I want to bring up is the paratransit on-demand service changes. Since I joined this committee 4 years ago, I have insisted that it not be a committee just for the sake of having a committee that you can point to and say, look at our disability committee. And I pushed really hard to be informed of consequential decisions before they're made so that we can give our input before the decisions are made. We still haven't gotten there after 4 years. And I'm really disappointed because there are a lot of issues that came up right before the pandemic regarding data quality issues with paratransit data. Information that was shared with ACTA showed a discrepancy of thousands of trips on the public dashboard compared to what was shared with ACTA. And I was told that these were emergency pickup trips that were, just categorized under e-hail. We never really got any follow-up on that. Further, if people are spending $98,000 a year on paratransit, that means they're spending around $270 a day. That means they would be in a taxi for 5 hours a day, all day, every single day. If that doesn't sound like fraud to you, I don't know what does. And members have tried to tell you that people were using it fraudulently, and nobody listened. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Portia Wilson. The next speaker will be Portia Wilson, followed by Deborah Greif.
Good morning. My name is Portia Wilson, and I was invited by Writers Alliance just to give a little bit of my experience. One has been a New Yorker here for about 2.5 years now, and my experience with transportation. I do drive, and I do also take public transportation, and I just feel I don't mind paying for bus service. However, the problem is I do not want to pay $2.90 as a working class single mother who will also have to pay for her child to ride public transportation. But I don't want to pay this kind of money for this kind of service that I'm receiving on these buses. Overcrowdedness is a problem. Some of the violence is scary to have, especially when you have a child traveling alone, going to and from school. Being at work, I'm getting a little emotional, excuse me. Being at work and having that anxiety of your child traveling on public transportation for this price that you're paying out of your pocket, out of my pocket that I work so hard for, it's just unfair. New York, I am realizing it's just an unfair place to live, to be in, to work hard and still have to deal with these kind of things. It's just unjust and unfair, and that's just my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Deborah Greif, followed by Victor Diaz Rodriguez.
Good morning. As a good mother, you know I'm going to hold up his sign. But yes, I am happy to celebrate 8833. My late mother, Bernie's Greif, was disabled. We were doing accessibility way before it was thought of in official ways. Well, I want to say that I love the Atlantic ticket. What I would love you to do is, and I agree with PCAC, combine them, test it, because honestly, we have a lot of people who work at in the OP, Office of Persons with Developmental Disabilities. These are respite workers. Some have to go to take care of individuals in different parts of Queens where there's not too much transportation, and then get back to Brooklyn or to even into Manhattan. We also have that in the other boroughs, and I would love to see that. Congesting pricing, well, I'm going to say this. I am in favor of it because I was in Accessorite this morning. My driver picked us up on time. We had to bring the other person to their spot. No problem. But It took us more than 25 minutes to get from the Battery Tunnel, I'm talking about after we left it, just to get over here to 2 Broadway, because every car was in our way. So, yes, I want to see less cars. But I do would ask, please work with the OPWDD agencies. I chair a committee in Brooklyn. I represent in Albany. Please, because we have, as my son said, we do have agencies that have vans that do bring individuals to their day hab. Some of them have to go to work programs, and we need to make sure that the same van will not be paying 4 or 5 times because they have to bring people to different boroughs. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Victor Diaz Rodriguez, followed by Michael Ring.
Hi, good morning, board members, fellow public speakers, and to whoever's watching this. My name is Victor Diaz Rodriguez. I'm the director of All Riders, a documentary on the lack of subway accessibility. We are currently streaming on PBS as part of POV Docs, the longest running nonfiction program in the United States. I just turned 25. I think that makes me the youngest person in this room. Last month, Riley Goodson turned 6. Her mom, Malaysia Goodson, did not make it past 22. Malaysia died because she fell down subway stairs as she hauled her baby stroller down a flight of stairs. The MTA and the state government in Albany cannot keep fighting the pending maintenance lawsuit for accessibility. Governor Hochul, this is a you decision. It's up to you. As the first female governor of this great state, you are a history maker in your own right. So be a history maker. Do the right thing. Stand on the right side of history. In 1986, Mario Cuomo did the right thing when he made the MTA settle with EPVA. You want what's best for New York, Governor. I know you do. But it's not just New Yorkers. New York is home to the United Nations, for example. A few weeks ago, I met with compatriot Brazilian Senator Mara Gabrilli. Ms. Gabrilli is the first ever disabled person elected to the Brazilian Congress. She participated in this year's meetings at the United Nations related to the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities, a convention, I will note, the United States has not yet ratified. Governor Hochul, settling this lawsuit will impact millions, billions, not just now, but in the future. Like people from all across the world, like Senator Gabrilli. So do the right thing. Accessibility is about all of us. The ADA is not a suggestion. It's not maybe later, it's the law. So please settle this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michael Ring, followed by Yolanda Aline.
Hi, my name is Michael Ring. A visual description would be that I'm a 60-year-old white guy holding a sign that says elevators are for everybody. I've been here a few times, and I'm going to get a little personal now. My disability is acquired. That means that 10 years ago, I was not a person with a disability. 9 years ago, I got really sick, and I used a wheelchair for about a year. I had a power wheelchair. People tell me that I'm a brave person because of what I went through, but I never took the subway with my wheelchair. The nearest accessible station was about a mile away. I could have motored down to that wheelchair when Accessori didn't show up, so I had to get to the doctor. But I was never confident that those elevators would be working. It takes 2 elevators to get from the street at Atlantic Avenue down to the platform. And then I'd have to take 2 more to get out of the ground in Manhattan and get over to Rusk. I didn't want to go in my wheelchair because I wasn't confident I'd get there, and I certainly wasn't confident that I'd be able to get home. So I missed a lot of appointments because I couldn't go, because I wasn't going to use my wheelchair, because the elevators were unreliable. Now, I'm part of a group that's suing you guys so that you'd make the elevators more reliable. Because you're not following the maintenance schedules that would make them reliable. You fix them when they break instead of maintaining them so they keep working. People aren't going to work because they can't climb stairs. People are staying home not doing stuff. You have these conferences, these press conferences, where you brag about your new beautiful station underneath Grand Central that maybe down the line will help people get around. But people can get around much better if they knew the elevators were working and if they were maintained. It won't cost much to keep them maintained. Grand Central Madison is billions of dollars. We're asking for tens of thousands of dollars to keep the elevators maintained. It's easy.
Your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Yolanda Aline, followed by Sasha Goldenson.
Good morning. Mr. Jano, I saw you on last month running to catch the subway when you were leaving here. I don't have that luxury to run to the subway and leave my house whenever I feel like. Stressor ride users don't have that luxury. None of you guys on this board have the same luxury that I have, and you call it premium service. Governor Hochul was here in May, and she said, we want to keep the fare down. But e-hail users, my thing from getting from Brooklyn to Manhattan, I'll be spending $80 on a round trip. And people on fixed income, where do we get that money from? We can't go to Citibank or Chase Bank or any bank and get money when you don't have the money. You got to make a deposit to get withdrawal. Where do we get that money from? Out the air? You can go to the subway anytime you feel like. Disabled and seniors that use stressor ride are the only people in New York City that ever have to wait 48 hours, 24 hours to get home, and don't even know if they're going to get home on time or if they're going to get picked up. They have to depend on friends and family members to take them here, there, and everywhere because stressor ride is the most unreliable thing that they have in New York City. What can you do? You ran to the subway. I saw you with my eyes. I can't do that. Stressor ride users can't do that. So what can we do? Governor Hochul, are you being invisible? Where are you? Are you Casper the Friendly Ghost? You came here and made all this hoopla about this and that. Where are you, Governor Hochul, in terms of stressor ride users? All you board members, where are you in terms of stressor ride users? Every month, people come and ask about elevators. If we want to use the elevator and get around just like you guys. What are you doing for us? Be careful. Absolutely nothing. All y'all seem like y'all be useless.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you. The next speaker is Sasha Goldenson, followed by Jolise Race.
Good morning. I'm Sasha Blair Goldenson from the Rise and Resist Elevator Action Group. A white man in a wheelchair with an Elevators Are For Everyone t-shirt. And these remarks are for the board, but also your boss, who appoints the voting majority, Governor Kathy Hochul in Albany. Governor, for wheelchair users like me and everyone who needs elevators to ride subways safely, we see broken elevators way too often at more than 30 stations on an average day. That's a safety emergency, full stop. When elevators are out, we are stranded, and people with strollers, luggage, or deliveries have to take their chances on the stairs. And guess what? We are all voters. In April, we and you, Governor Hochul, and the MTA you control, finalized the landmark agreement to build elevators. They will be in at least half the stations by 2035, and that's just, and by 2055, the whole system. But you could do it sooner. But for that to pay off, we need a legally binding commitment to settle the maintenance lawsuit and make sure those elevators that you're building work. Governor Hochul, the MTA's lawyers will gladly continue taking millions of taxpayer dollars to fight that losing case. But you can settle it sooner. step up for us, be a good steward of our money, of this system, and New York's sustainable,
Please conclude your
accessible,
remarks.
reliable future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jolise Race, followed by Cara Leibowitz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jolise Race. I'm a senior organizer at Riders Alliance. We are a grassroots organization that fights for more reliable, affordable, and accessible public transportation in New York City. And I am here today to demand that the mayor move forward immediately with offset lanes and continue working on a busway on Fordham Road. DOT proposed a busway project aimed to significantly speed up bus commutes for 85,000 daily riders, working class riders. This project has data showing support from riders, businesses, and even drivers who know that the space on the streets don't only belong to them. Despite this support, a letter signed by 7 wealthy leaders of cultural institutions in Fordham, 6 of whom do not even live in New York City, caused the project to be scaled back. Why? Why is the time of over 85,000 bus riders not valuable? And why should riders continuously be stuck with arduous commutes when a solution is available and the city has the resources to do it? Fordham bus improvements were at the top of the list of the mayor's and the MTA's first Transit Improvement Summit, and they were at the top of the list for the 2022 Streets Plan. Mayor Adams and Chair Lieber know a busway on Fordham needs to happen, and the mayor cannot let these vital improvements for riders slip away because of few powerful outsiders and local officials. The truth is that bus riders are the people keeping the city moving. They are rushing to get to work, class, pick their kids up from school, using the bus to get to the same place people using their cars are going, but they are put last on our city streets. New York City has the slowest bus network despite the highest ridership in the country, and if the Fordham project folds, then what's next for bus riders everywhere in New York City? We had 2 members earlier testify about Bronx buses being not okay. One of our members was getting emotional just talking about it. Riders need improvements now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Cara Leibowitz, followed by Jason Rabinowitz.
Good morning. My name is Cara Leibowitz, Advocacy Coordinator for the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. After I tested meeting on Monday, I grabbed a hot dog and fries for lunch and then attempted to head home to Brooklyn. Except the street elevator right here, right there at Bowling Green, which was working when I arrived a few hours before, was down with an estimated fixed time on the sign on the elevator of 3 p.m. I decided to roll to the Fulton Street station to try and get on a 2 or 5 train there. When I finally found a street elevator to the Fulton Street station, that too was out. I went across the street and took another elevator down to the station. Following the signs for the 2 train, I took another elevator, and another, and another. All in all, it took me 4 elevators just to get down to the platform without even counting the first out-of-service elevator. If any one of those elevators had been out of service, my journey could have been completely derailed, pun intended. This is the reality of what I and many other disabled people in New York City have to face, and yet I still prefer dealing with an inadequate and inaccessible subway system over using Access-a-Ride, because at least I can be spontaneous. Access-a-Ride is planning on offering spontaneous on-demand service to over 3,000 people with phase 2 of its on-demand pilot, but customers will have to pay $4 instead of $2.75 and be limited in the amount of trips and cost of their trips they can take. That doesn't sound like true spontaneity to me. MTA, it's time to make good on your promises to disabled customers. Settle the elevator maintenance lawsuit so that we can have more elevators functioning most of the time. Hold outside developers responsible for maintaining and fixing the elevators they have control over. And redesign phase 2 of the on-demand program so that it's truly on-demand service. No restrictions or caps. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Rabinowitz, who will be followed by Isaac Donis.
Board, thank you for listening to me today. As the long-awaited plan to implement congestion pricing finally becomes a reality and fares go up, MTA operations are going to be under a microscope by opponents from all sides. If any part of the MTA's operation isn't meeting the needs of New Yorkers, or people from New Jersey, as they're so vocal, they're going to take advantage of that and call it out. I'm here today as a transit advocate to shed light on our city's problematic bus service before transit opponents do. Our bus service is troubled, and this impacts the most vulnerable of transit riders. Bus service is often slow, overcrowded, and service bunched, leading to much longer waits than is necessary, but it's not always due to blocked bus lanes or external traffic. It's not uncommon, especially off-peak and on weekends, to observe situations where buses greatly exceed the scheduled headways, and then suddenly 2, 3, or even 4 buses arrive simultaneously. The first bus will be crush-loaded, and then the following buses will be empty. Those buses represent wasted human and fleet resources, and it's generally just a really bad look. This occurs even when there's no traffic to speak of on a Sunday morning, and is a result purely of poor operations and poor oversight. What could have been a schedule with buses arriving every 5 minutes now becomes a bus coming every 20 minutes, and then 3 buses come with a 0-minute wait, followed by another wait of 20 minutes. I've noticed this specifically on the B38 route all weekend long, every weekend. All buses provide real-time location data to the MTA and the public, and most even provide loading information. Why is the MTA not making better use of its bus data? Why are bus dispatchers sending out multiple buses on the same route at the same time so frequently? Why is the bus operations center not spotting bus bunching en route and telling drivers to hold for a few minutes, as is so common on the subway? Politicians pay close attention to the state of the subway and demand answers when service is chronically underperforming, but buses don't get that same spotlight. I'm asking today that the board members please pay more attention to your bus operations and make common sense operational changes that can have a big impact on the riding
Please conclude your
public.
remarks.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. The next speaker will be Isaac Donis, followed by Howard Brinbaum.
Hey, morning. Morning. I'm Isaac. I'm an organizer of Transit Techies. We're a very informal group of technologists who are interested in increasing the number of mobility options for New Yorkers. I wanted to voice some support for the MTA's open data efforts over the past years, particularly the recently added data sets on hourly ridership that was posted to the New York City Open Data Portal. Grateful for that. Open data and transparency is, as you know, very important. It's something that this committee loudly speaks about. Please keep it up. It empowers developers or software developers to create digital tools that are useful and makes information accessible to the broader public. Open data requires that teams be appropriately staffed. However, software breaks down, data becomes inaccurate. There's one singular data scientist in the entire MTA who's responsible for managing the New York City Open Data Program. That is setting up your open data program for failure. That's not a staffing structure that best serves your data transparency policy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Howard Birnbaum, who will be followed by Charlton DeSouza.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today for you to vote no on the fare hikes and also on the tolls and bridges and the section pricing that we're going to vote on today. And number 2, how come the people who ride the buses on the handicap don't pay on the board on the bus? Because I'm on the bus, and that's how you lose money every time in the fare box. And also on the Q70, I want that to be restored for them to start paying. And also, and I vote no on all the what you vote on. And also, do not trust Chuck Schumer. He promises, but one thing, he worked for the federal government, not the state of New York. Thank you for your time, and have a good summer.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlton DeSouza, who will be followed by Tasha LaRue.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton DeSouza. I'm the president of Passengers United. How can the MTA do this to Southeast Queens and get rid of the Atlantic Ticket Weekly and not replace it and extend it to Grand Central and Penn Station? When you guys have more stations, you have 80% more capacity, and you're doing this to Southeast Queens? How can you do this? I spoke to State Senator Leroy Comrie on Friday. I had a meeting with him. He didn't even know the ins and outs of Atlantic Ticket and City Ticket. This is appalling. This is appalling. And I'm going to tell everyone in this board today, there's going to be political repercussions, and there's going to be repercussions to this board and to the members. We are going to file a lawsuit, okay? If Lisa Daglian had spent more time fighting for Atlantic Ticket, which was the PCAC's program, which Passengers United had to put a petition, and we fought to save the program. I was on more media outlets than she was. No, she is a lobbyist for transportation alternatives, okay, Lyft and Uber. That's what she's been doing. She's been focused more on congestion pricing than saving the Atlantic Ticket. I am not going to sit here today when you're destroying our community. And Mr. Chairman, this is going to be on your legacy. This is going to be on your watch. Please, you guys can do the right thing today, and you can extend the Atlantic Ticket weekly to Grand Central and Penn Station for $60. It can be done. You both, especially the city board members, y'all need to vote for this, okay? Because I spoke to Mayor Eric Adams' office. Please don't let the city tell you otherwise. And like I said, I might end up running for Leroy Comrie's seat because of this now. There's going to be political repercussions because the middle class is getting hurt. You guys want to implement congestion pricing? How dare you guys do this to us?
Please
what are we
conclude your
getting?
remarks.
Nothing out of congestion pricing. Nothing.
Conclude your remarks.
Uber and Lyft is going to have a monopoly on the system.
Thank you.
I'm sick of this. Absolutely outraged today with the MT.
As you know, speakers shall address their remarks to the chair and shall not make personal, impertinent, insulting, or slanderous statements about any member of the public, of the MTA board, or staff. The next speaker is going to be Tasha LaRue, followed by Jennifer Van Dyke.
Hello, good morning. My name is Tasha LaRue. I work for Sydney Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'm here to once again talk about Accessoride. Accessoride, as I said, Monday, it's been around since the 90s. And situation that I've recently been experiencing as an Accessoride user, drivers taking their anger out on the passengers. Don't know exactly how each and every single driver is trained. From what I have witnessed with CTGs, some of them have been trained properly, but from what I've personally experienced, I do not witness that same exact training. I do not witness that. So that's one thing that I would definitely appreciate if that would be handled. As was already mentioned by a colleague of mine in regards to the on-demand Phase 2 plan, as I stated before, we disagree with it. And you got to think about the affordability, $4, and the rationing is not fair for those that work, go to the doctor, have a social life. Limiting the number of rides per month, that is not fair to consumers. That would not work for anyone here. So that's something I definitely would appreciate if you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jennifer Van Dyke, followed by Constance Lessard.
My name is Jennifer Van Dyke. I'm with the Elevator Action Group. And we are excited to welcome J.R. Rizzo to the board and look forward to working together. Now, this public comment section is set up in such a way that only allows for one-way conversation. We talk and we hope that you listen. We would love to have a more constructive dialogue about disability rights and accessibility. Would you like to meet with us, Mr. Rizzo? Or any board members? The Elevator Action Group is easy to find at riseandresist.org. Now, one of our main concerns is elevator maintenance. We're thrilled that more elevators are being built, but if they are not maintained, they are useless. I mean, it's almost like a headline in the satirical publication The Onion. You know, MTA agrees to build new elevators but refuses to maintain them. I mean, I wish it was a joke. Why would you settle the case that increases accessibility to 95% by 2055, but still fight the elevator maintenance case? And there is another lawsuit filed in October 2022 demanding that the MTA remedy the excessive gaps between subways and platforms. Now, this is a safety issue and an accessibility issue. Why don't you get out of court, save the legal fees, and get to work fixing the subway? Now, think of the PR bonanza if you settled both of these lawsuits. You have the opportunity to do the right thing. I mean, take care of transit riders. Offer a service that provides truly public transportation. I mean, that means it's for everyone. And as it is, you continue to shut out a protected group of people. In defiance of the ADA, in defiance of public safety, in defiance of civil rights, and in defiance of fairness. You promote yourselves as being inclusive, but you are anything but. Every day, thousands of riders are excluded from using the subway because there is no way in and there is no way out. Elevators are for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Constance Lessard, followed by Jason Anthony.
My name is Constance Lessard, and I represent the Eastern Parkway Coalition, which was founded around transportation issues, and founded the garden over the Franklin Avenue shuttle for the purpose to be sure that the Franklin Avenue shuttle continued to run. That garden is existing to this day. Little things mean a lot. And transportation issues are social issues. They're not just technological issues or transportation issues or what, they are social issues. And you need to know where your trains and buses are going and how they serve the city in a social way. We need that B-71 bus back. Park Slope and Gowanus and so forth to the water are very different from Crown Heights, and we need that bus to go all the way down to Weeksville and come back for all kinds of reasons, not the least of which are racial. We have problems in this city, and we don't like to talk about it over race. And these neighborhoods need to be able to connect, and little things mean a lot, and what I need to say is that we need to have Franklin and Fulton, where some of the greatest art in this city is located. Eric Pryor did the artwork there, and there is graffiti over it, which has been there for years, and I have been complaining with others, and if you guys don't do something, we're going to have a press conference down there to get that graffiti down. We cannot have leading black artists have their work disrespected and made invisible. We cannot have that in the center of a once great black neighborhood that is still this so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Miriam Fisher.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Anthony here from the JFK Performance Center in Staten Island. Yet again, dealing with people not paying the fare on the S40 and S90 this morning coming to work. I hope that those that are in the room from a certain organization that I'm not going to name them, please come to Staten Island. It is very urgent. And of course, I'm going to support the fare and toll increase. It is way better than the ones proposed and approved by the Port Authority earlier this year. That was 8% with little to no public input. And they approved it due to inflation. And they're doing it yearly, not biannually, like we're doing it over here at the MTA. So keep it in mind. And I would love to say to Janet, I'm seeing a lot of people that work here at Amazon and the other 3 buildings over here in Staten Island not paying their fare. I would love to see the Eagle team here in Staten Island to crack down the fare evasion, because that's the #1 contributing factor that the fares are going up. So that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you guys next on September at 2 Broadway.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Miriam Fisher, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My internet is quirky and I often get bumped off, but I'll come back if I do. I'm here to affirm the testimony of many of my colleagues, disability advocates, and welcome the new board member, Dr. Rizzo, who can bring his training and personal experience to aid transportation needs of visually impaired riders, expanding the focus for the wide range of varying disability needs. The elevator. 34 of elevators are out at any given time. 33 escalators from the report by Majority Leader Keith Powers and Council Member Sanchez from the pamphlet Out of Order from 2022, higher than the 25 elevators reporting. We're asking to settle the lawsuit on elevator maintenance. A broken elevator is no elevator. Announcements in real time of elevator outages on trains and platforms, and utilize the new program of staff previously confined to the booths who will now be circulating and can relay announcements to the speakers. Develop clear guidelines for them to help stranded riders dependent on elevators. There are no announcements on trains of elevator outage, but other kinds of announcements of elevators on platforms, which we welcome, and whether the train is switching from local to express and so on. Other things often not mentioned, benches. Removal of benches in many subways, often in stations where homeless congregate. Benches are needed by people with disabilities, seniors, bad backs, knees, pregnant women. Benches
Please
are not
conclude your
helpful.
remarks.
And bathrooms,
Thank
78
you. The next speaker will be Cassie Rafique. Oh, excuse me. The next speaker will be Jean Ryan, followed by Cassie Rafique.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. We need good elevator maintenance, and we need the MTA to stop spending taxpayer money that we contribute to on expensive lawyers fighting and obstructing a legally binding agreement. That's what we need. We don't need an obstruction, we need an agreement. Are you afraid to commit? We don't understand your delays and obstruction. Please reconsider so that we can all move forward on finding solutions to many other problems, like the ability of wheelchair users to safely get onto and off of the trains. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cassie Rafique, followed by Kathleen Collins.
Good morning, Chairman Lieber and board members. My name is Cassie Rafique, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I wanted to address a situation which occurred on Saturday, June 24th. There was a Dyke Pride Parade taking place in the Bryant Park area, West 42nd Street and 5th Avenue. My friends were trying to get their express bus Sim 1C to go home, but the police directed my friends to pick the bus up on West 48th Street and 5th Avenue, and their bus did not show up. They were waiting for over an hour, which made my friends very upset. And I had to call my president to call the bus command center for my friends, and I was told it was due to the buses being stuck on 6th Avenue. There needs to be better communication on when there is going to be an event taking place in the city so my friends from Staten Island don't have to go through this again when coming to the city to hang out with me. Thank you and have a great summer break.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Kathleen Collins, followed by Rachel Foss.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kathleen Collins, and I'm on the board of Disabled in Action, a member of Downstate New York ADAPT, and a member of the Greater New York Council of the Blind. And I found it quite interesting what we just heard, the testimony of Cassie, and how irate she was about an hour wait. An hour, wow. That would be nice in many cases. I've waited an hour and a half or more for rides. We're on an access ride on many occasions. I've had it when, at the time of my pickup time, they've told me that, do I need a car? After I made my reservation the day before. I am not on the demand program. And I found it insulting last time I was here when someone said, well, you know, all the advocates are on the demand program. I never requested to be on the demand program. I wanted to feel and see what all my other members feel and see. And also, now I have something good to report in that my past 6 rides, these past 2.5 days, 3 of the rides, I've got a seatbelt and a shoulder belt. I was ecstatic, so much so that I had the first 2 guys take a picture of me with the seatbelt and shoulder belt on before I left. And Jerry today, who picked me up, I didn't ask him to do that, but he put a seatbelt and a shoulder belt on me. And I just wish all my rides were like that, because it's scary for me every time I get into an accessorized vehicle. And it's scary that I won't get an accessorized vehicle. And it's not too bad in the summer, I can sit out in the sun. But in the winter, I can't sit, even in here it's cold for me. And to be out there and them telling me that there's no ride, I don't take rides unless I know in the place that I'm staying that it's safe, because I may not get that ride. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Rachel Foss.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government, including authorities like the MTA. We thank the MTA staff for moving 2 important initiatives forward that will be discussed by the board today: open data implementation and congestion pricing. We champion passage of Senator Comrie and Assemblymember Carroll's MTA Open Data Law, signed by Governor Hochul in 2021, and appreciate that the staff released a 2023 program update earlier this year, and we look forward to their board update. The work of the data analytics team to rationalize MTA data reporting is a win-win. It helps MTA staff have better access to the data as well as the public. We appreciate that the team is looking closely at additional financial and capital program data to publish on the New York State Open Data Portal, including data from the board books, capital dashboard, and forthcoming 20-year needs assessment. This window into MTA spending is particularly crucial as congestion pricing is being implemented. Open data on MTA spending, performance, and capital projects will let the public better see exactly where their tax dollars, fares, and tolls are going, building greater trust in the MTA. Lastly, as the Traffic Mobility Review Board begins its work to determine tolls, credits, and exemptions, we echo the recommendations of our colleagues. We support assessing a per-ride surcharge on for-hire vehicles paid by the passenger rather than a once-per-day toll paid by the driver. We think that the MTA should consider using toll credits to reduce excess travel and toll shopping, particularly through environmental justice communities. We support commuter buses, both public and private, being exempt from the tolls. And lastly, we believe there should be no additional exemptions granted besides commuter buses and the legislatively mandated exemptions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Chair Lieber, we've reached the allotted time for this public comment session. At this time, we ask the remaining registered speakers to stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session. If you are a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, please stand by and wait for further instructions from the moderator. Remaining public speakers in the room, please make your way to conference room 4. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Kate. You always administer this process incredibly smoothly. We appreciate it. If we don't say it every time, we ought to. Yeah, thank you. Before I provide the July board update, I'm going to convene an executive session to allow the board to discuss matters relating to collective bargaining. Can I have a motion to convene such an executive session? Mr. Zuckerman? Second, Ms. Mahaltzis. Any objections? We're in executive session. We'll return in a few moments. In the meantime, for the folks in on the public side of the barrier and everybody else in the room, we're going to show a video about missed disability that was recently put together. So let's see the video in the next couple minutes. Thanks.
And travel educator, I just want to give a shout out to all the staff at MTA that came out today to meet me to address my concerns for the signage as well as announcements. So Demetrius, Jamel, Miriam, Rachel, Sheila, Chris G, thank you so much for coming out and really taking the time out to see my concern and hear my concerns and really make a serious attempt to address signage and announcements. I will continue to say how important travel training is here in this large metropolitan city. It's very much a part of our independence as New Yorkers with disabilities. Yes, we should always be expanding paratransit, but learning how to navigate the MTA system safely is really important. So again, thank you for the team for coming out, meeting me today, and attempting to address my concerns about signage, announcements, and safety. I will see you guys again soon. Bye.
Greenhouse gases have infiltrated the atmosphere, and we've been doing that over the last 100 years, not intentionally. But at the end of the day, I'm very optimistic about solving the climate challenge because what I've seen over my 35 years here at the MTA is amazing change. And that all begins with the engineers and architects here at the MTA. I started here in 1987 as an assistant environmental engineer, and I worked my way up to chief environmental engineer. So I've always been in the environmental compliance section. Now I was actually being proactive, collecting rainwater to prevent flooding, making sure we have recycled materials, making sure our construction and demolition debris is recycled as opposed to just landfilled. My signature project here at the MTA was the Mother Clara Hale Bus Depot. The building includes a green roof, which is a vegetated roof which absorbs rainwater, absorbs carbon dioxide, adds an extra layer of insulation to the roof, and also absorbs floating particles in the atmosphere. There's also a rooftop rainwater collection system which drains into a 50,000-gallon tank, and we use that rainwater to wash the buses. But we also use the wash water and we recycle it. We filter it and then we keep using it again and again. The building is gold certified from the United States Green Building Council, and people still come to the depot to tour it now more than 8 years after its completion. As a college professor now, after 25 years in the business, you realize that what you know, you have to pass on. So I think when I came to MTA in 1987, there were a lot of people that were lots of experience, and I realized that I needed to learn from them. We have done a great job here at MTA making our system more sustainable. Mentoring was a big deal when I first started here at MTA, and I think it's something MTA does a great job at. Because in order for us to be successful, we have to have a process where people learn from each other.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdol Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dart. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When you finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
What does a welder do?
Maribel Rivera, CMA, car maintainer. I'm a welder at Transit, and I've been working here for 20 years. Some of the things I work on are like door operator arms, the linkage that goes on the door. It's a very important part of the train. Welding has to be done precisely in order to keep those doors safely opening and closing so nobody gets hurt. I also work on parts that have come to me in an emergency and they need to go out right away to be replaced on the trains that are going out. So it's a challenge to me. And I like a challenge.
Welding is so important to New York City Transit because everything's made out of metal. There are certain parts that have wear on them that we have to refurbish. We can't just buy new parts because no one makes them. So we fabricate many parts, and there's always repairs to be made, and we need experienced high-end welders that can do any kind of welding.
I have to create a safe product, a solid weld with no contaminations or impurities, where that weld will stand vibrations from the train and keep the ridership safe. It's pretty detailed work. And that's what I like about welding.
I would say that the welders we have at New York City Transit are among the finest in the city. Our welders from this shop, 207 Street Overhaul Shop, they've cut trains out of tunnels. They were at the World Trade Center site working on the scrap heap. I go to bed at night knowing that we have the best that the city has to offer in a very difficult and a very important role.
By presenting a good product, a safe product, I'm able to help transit keep trains moving and the ridership safe. It just makes me proud that I'm able to be an important part of transit.
What does a bus operator do?
John Winicki, I'm a New York City bus operator, and I've been operating a bus for 26 years. I work out of the Michael J. Quill Depot in Manhattan, and I operate the M60 bus. As a young child, I used to ride the bus with my father. He was a bus operator at a Flushing depot. Just watching him driving the bus, it made me want to do the same thing.
A bus operator's day starts out at the crew dispatcher's office. They either go out and see the yard dispatcher, get a bus to make sure the bus is fit and ready for service. They check a variety of things, and they'll then pull out and start their day. Or a bus operator may not have to pull out a bus, but may relieve a bus out on the road.
I really enjoy driving the bus. There's a lot of responsibility, different challenges, definitely the heavy traffic, a lot of bicyclists, scooters, cars cutting you off. Could be a little crazy at times.
Some of the challenges a bus operator faces on a day-to-day basis are heavy traffic conditions, and they have to be able to deal with different customer issues while driving this large vehicle in some really difficult conditions where they have to be very vigilant.
The big part of the job is customer service, dealing with a lot of types of people. A lot of customers are grateful and they thank you, and makes you feel appreciated that you got them to and from their destination safe as possible.
The role of a bus operator is probably one of the most maybe understated jobs of importance for New York City. The professionalism, the tough job that they do on a day-to-day basis is invaluable. Those bus operators keep New York City moving.
A lot of times after a long, difficult day, you're like, thank God I made it and got everyone to where they're going safely, no problems, no incidents. Kind of makes you feel proud at the end of the day.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's one round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
I'm going to ask that we resume the public session. I'll give everybody a chance to get settled. I'm going to ask that we resume the public session, and it's my responsibility to report that while in executive session, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on labor agreements between the MTA and various labor unions. Let's not be too coy about it. The MTA and the TW, because the TW Local 100 has ratified their agreement, we have an agreement with half of the MTA employees, and I am thrilled about it. And I know that it's, we want to say to our employees who are affected by this, thank you. We're glad that we have a collective bargaining agreement. So thank you for that. I also have the great pleasure to welcome a new member of our board, Dr. J.R. Rizzo. Dr. Rizzo is an expert in many things. He's on the faculty of NYU Medical Center and the Tandon School of Engineering, and has real expertise in all the varieties of disability-related research and implementation. So we're thrilled that you have, with the approval of the New York State Senate, that you are now a member of our board. So welcome, Dr. Rizzo. This is in so many ways a significant meeting, but no more so than because of what we heard on Wednesday. The 5-year budget presented on Monday, what we heard on Monday from Kevin Willans, that 5-year budget is truly historic. What this board has done, and take a bow, what this board has done to ensure the MTA's fiscal stability, your core responsibility as fiduciaries, is an incredible accomplishment. Back in November, we enacted a budget that, yeah, I think we're working. Okay. Back in November, we enacted a budget with significant gaps and responsible assumptions about what we could expect from Albany with the participation of our partners in City Hall. The deal orchestrated by the governor proved that you were right. Can I get some screen? Did I change? Got it. Okay. Now we're looking at a fully balanced budget for the next 5 years, 5 zeros for the first time in a generation. And thank you. And we were, let's not forget, we were able to do this at a time when the agency was facing the most difficult and steepest fiscal cliff in its history. In the dark days of the pandemic, an outcome this positive, 5 years of balanced budgets, would have been unimaginable. I think back to how my team down on the 8th floor of C&D mobilized back in the spring of 2020 to make sure that MTA got everything it could out of Washington, recognizing that the ridership fall-off brought on by COVID was an existential threat. With the support of the MTA's leadership at the time and the incredible force of Chuck Schumer and the rest of the New York delegation, we ultimately succeeded in getting transit included in the 3 federal COVID relief bills. But with an $18 billion annual operating budget that was bleeding $200 million a week at that time, again, due to the fall off in ridership. Remember, we were down to 10% in the spring of 2020. We knew that the federal dollars would only protect us for so long, and it wasn't going to be enough to stop and to delay permanently the massive fiscal cliff that was coming at us. To slow this down, the board has, in the past year, teamed up with staff to responsibly reduce our multi-billion-dollar deficits by restructuring MTA debt. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jay, for that very, very thoughtful and comprehensive approach, but also by implementing a plan to deliver $400 million of annual operating savings. That's what you heard about from Rich and Kathy on Monday. Still, we knew that preserving service, didn't want to cut service, and we knew that preserving service and avoiding layoffs, huge fare hikes, and cannibalization of the capital program would require action by Albany, by political authorities, and a long-term financial solution. Thankfully, and I can't say it enough, we had a governor who was willing to fight for transit riders and a legislature that does understand the value of public transportation. To this board's credit, we attacked the issue head on. And today, while many mass transit agencies in the United States are just beginning to talk about their fiscal cliffs, we heard NJT put out its financial plan earlier this week, and they're looking at a 30% budget deficit. In the MTA, if that was applied to the MTA, that would have been $6 billion a year. But because we took action, we stabilized the agency financially, and we're even increasing service. We heard about it from the advocates. We talked about it to the legislature. The governor led the way, and we're actually getting more service, not cutting service and leading down the inevitable decline that would bring. I'm just thrilled about that. The other big thing I want to talk about is commuter rail discounts. For 30 years, there's been discussion. You know, all of us have been around in the transportation racket a while. Recall, there's been discussion about the idea of making commuter rail service, Long Island Railroad and Metro North, more available to New York City residents with all those stations in the city that weren't getting a ton of service. And it was a topic of debate, I remember, in the 2001 mayoral campaign before 9/11. And more recently, then Controller Scott Stringer did a comprehensive report on this issue back in 2018. When I came into this role, the discounts were mostly limited to weekends, with some weekday discounts, but only on a single branch, as we know. Now, under Governor Hochul's leadership, two years later, we're implementing a 24/7, 365 citywide city ticket with dramatically discounted fares for New Yorkers to travel within the city on commuter rail. Huge milestone, huge accomplishment, another proof point of how this board, this MTA, is attacking the big issues. We're not only cutting fares, we're also offering more service to those in New York City stations. Look at Southeast Queens, Laurelton, Locust Manor, Rosedale. After Grand Central Madison gave us more track capacity, more terminal capacity, along with the third track, which allowed us to grow the throughput capacity on the Long Island Railroad main line, we're doing 35 to 40% more service in those Southeast Queens stations. And on Metro North, there are a lot more trains passing through the Bronx that actually stop in the Bronx than there were in the old days. There is more of that coming as a result of our mega project that we call Metro North Penn Access. That's the game-changing project that's going to rebuild the Hellgate line in the East Bronx so that there will be mass transit service for the first time for people from Co-op City, Parkchester, and Morris Park. And that is also transformational for those working and middle-class communities. We continue to make progress on crime underground in close collaboration with the NYPD. I am thrilled to welcome Commissioner Eddie Caban to his new leadership role. We've had a great relationship with previously Deputy Commissioner Caban. He's been part of the team that we've been working with closely, and I know this partnership is going to continue on his watch. Listen, we're making progress under Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams' leadership. Transit crime fell 14% last month. We're down 5% year to date versus 2022, 6% lower than pre-COVID. That sometimes gets lost. We have less transit crime as captured in NYPD stats than we did pre-COVID. And the stats are even better when you take into account the increased ridership that we are having now versus the last couple of years. The trend that we saw in the fall with riders reporting a better sense of safety, both underground and also, both in stations and on the trains, has been reflected in the latest customer counts survey that John Kaufman reported on Monday. So we're headed in the right direction. It is not by any means time to say mission accomplished, but it is clear that the governor and the mayor's Cops, Cameras, and Care initiative is having an impact. And it's not only on the subways. I got a shout out to Chief Mueller, who I'm looking over. I see Chief Montgomery. But the MTA PD has also made great strides, not just in suppressing crime statistically, but in conveying a sense of safety to our ridership by having a much more visible and active program of train patrols. And I want to acknowledge the impact that we are having through our own PD as well. Relatedly, somewhat, in recent months, we've begun the effort to implement the broad-ranging recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Panel on Fare Evasion. The report made it clear that with $700 million a year now being lost, this is a serious threat to the MTA, both financially and, I believe, in terms of our role as the public square of New York, where people form their opinions of whether we're functioning at the appropriate way as a community. As the board heard on Monday, every MTA agency is part of this all-hands effort to make progress on fare evasion. Yes, our strategy includes increased enforcement, but it's not, I emphasize, it's not an old-school crackdown. We're determined to change our environment, the physical infrastructure, like fare exit gates, that have become the superhighway of fare evasion. You heard about the progress being made on turnstiles as well. But at the same time, we're also, and I tip of the hat to Board Member David Jones, we insist that we have to bring to bear in this effort our commitment to equity as part of the solution. By meaningfully, now that the City Council and the Mayor have a deal on investing more and adjusting the eligibility threshold for fares, we gotta, as a group, together with our friends in the city, go out and proselytize for this. Make sure that people who are eligible for fares, who need that discount, actually get it, that they sign up and they take advantage of this incredible benefit and opportunity to access jobs and education and health care and so on. So because of the importance of this, we have the co-chairs of the Fare Evasion Panel here with us today. We're going to hear from them in a few members. Roger Maldonado, Rose Pierre-Louis, thank you again for the incredible work, and we look forward to hearing your report. But let's not forget the hardest issue of all. No one's going to let us forget it. Congestion pricing. Now that the federal environmental review has been completed and approved, we can move on to the next phase of the process. As folks know, this afternoon, the Traffic Mobility Review Board, that's the entity that was set up under the 2019 law to give the MTA advice about discounts and exemptions and ultimately the tolls. The TMRB is going to hold its first meeting in this room, officially kicking off the development of their proposal to guide our implementation of the MTA's historic congestion pricing program. While the group conducts its work, we're focused on improving the transit system to make it easier for folks who currently drive to switch to transit. Now, just for context, please remember we only have 140,000 people who are commuting into the central business district by automobile. The expectation and goal for the congestion pricing program is to say 20% of those folks get out of cars and onto transit. We have enough room for those people, but we're going to make it, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the system is attractive and ready to serve them. We're innovating, we're problem solving, from the commuter rail discounts that I mentioned earlier to providing faster subway and bus service, to expanding ADA accessibility and the e-hail pilot on Access-a-Ride, to customer upgrades like our recent initiative rolling out customized service alerts Again, better customer communications, customized service alerts via text. All of those are part of that effort to improve our system and make it more attractive and usable. Bus networks, make the buses move faster. I totally sympathize with the folks who spoke from the podium about the speed of bus service. And we need to hear in a moment from Rich about what's going on with Fordham, which is an issue that is on front of mind for everybody. But we are moving forward with the full-scale redesign of the bus routing system for the city of New York. We've got Brooklyn and Queens chugging along. We got the Bronx done. We got a lot of Staten Island done. We've got an unprecedented free bus program, and we just named the 5 routes that have been selected by our operations planning team. We're doing everything, as I said, to make the system ready for more customers when congestion pricing begins. And let's just not forget what congestion pricing is about. It's about safer streets, cleaner air, reduced congestion, and in the end, it will ultimately contribute to improving the transit system by the contributions to our capital program. That is what I think of as a virtuous circle. So with that, let me conclude and ask Roger and Rose and Jeremy Fagelson, who kind of chaperoned the Blue Ribbon Commission process into being, to talk to us a little bit about their recommendations on fare evasion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jano, and hello, everybody. My job here is to introduce Rose Pierre-Louis and Roger Maldonado, who are the co-chairs of our panel, and to set the stage for that. If we can get our slides up, Bill, please. First, I just want to introduce you to the full panel. We were very lucky to have an incredible group of 16 diverse in every way, civic leaders, diverse in terms of professional backgrounds, transit expertise, education, law enforcement, community leadership, every type of background you could hope for in a group like this, including David Jones, as Jano mentioned, was a key member of the panel and has been probably the leading advocate for years on transit equity. What the panel set out to do was first to document the problem, and what you see on the screen are the same numbers we put up publicly on the Metrics website. And the basic story here, and this is just bus and subway, but it's equally true for bridge and tunnel and for commuter rail, is numbers, those lines going up sharply from left to right, the bus evasion rate now hovering around 40% citywide, and the subway rate hovering around 13-14%. Very importantly, that spike begins around the time of the pandemic, but you see those numbers sticking, persisting, the very high evasion rates, even as ridership comes back, which said to the panel that this is a persistent new behavior. It's gotten worse and it's staying worse, and we really need to be paying additional attention to it. And just to help visualize just how bad this is, that's how many city fields it would take to hold the daily amount, the 700,000 riders not paying on the buses. And that's how many Yankee stadiums it would take to hold all the 400,000 people not paying every day on the subways. So that's a lot of folks. And as one of our members said to us, and the panel really did the work, 9 field visits, buses, subways, commuter rail, bridge and tunnel. They went out, they saw this behavior, they talked to our teams in the field who were doing the mitigation and enforcement work, and just seeing the sheer scale of the problem, one of them turned to us and said, you know, there are not enough police in the world to solve this. I mean, you see all those stadiums, I think that comes through loud and clear. And the numbers Jano mentioned, and you see here, add up to about $700 million now. That is the highest it's ever been. It is bad. It is getting worse. Notably, for the first time in connection with this report, we published data that showed that buses are the single biggest source of cash loss, as well as having the highest evasion rate. That's a new fact, and the panel focused very intensely, as you'll hear, on how to begin addressing the problem on buses. It's not just a subway problem, and this is from the report. You see the images here. This is the panel's way of just communicating to the public. As Jano said, this is not the old school way of thinking. You know, historically, I think if you'd asked any average New Yorker what do we talk about when we talk about fare evasion? They would have said people, mostly kids, jumping turnstiles in subways. And the answer, when people talked about how to respond to it, was, okay, how many cops can you put at how many fare gates? And this panel emphatically wanted to move away from that way of thinking. And what you see on the right side is the new approach with the panel called the 4 E's, using education, enforcement, environment, design and technology, and looking at this through an equity lens, and very importantly, moving away from the subway-only focus to look at the entire MTA. With that, I'm going to invite Rose Pierre Louis and Roger Maldonado to say a little bit. I'll just introduce them briefly. Rose has a long and distinguished career in New York public service. She is currently the executive director of the McSilver Institute for Poverty Policy and Research at NYU. And Roger Maldonado is a senior partner at the law firm of Smith, Gambrell & Russell here in New York, and he is the former president of the New York City Bar Association. You were incredible leaders on the panel. The panel did a lot of work, and you did the most, and we were so grateful for it. And Rose, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking Chairman Lieber, the MTA Board of Directors, Special Counsel Jeremy Filkelson, General Counsel Paige Graves, Senior Advisor Shanifa Riera, Mr. Jamie Torres Springer, President of the MTA's Construction and Development, Mr. Richard Davey, President of New York City Transit, Kathy Sheridan, President of MTA Bridges and Tunnels. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about our experiences with the panel, and I'm honored to be here with co-chair Roger Maldonado. Just a little bit about my background. My interest started in the area of transportation during my tenure as Manhattan Deputy Borough President, working for then Borough President Scott Stringer, and I had the opportunity to lead a 5-borough initiative on transportation that really launched my interest on this issue through today. Throughout my career as an attorney and in government, my focus has been on issues of social justice, equity, and access to services. As I reflect on the tremendous efforts of the panel, I am proud that our recommendations were guided by principles of equity and fairness. As you read the report, you'll see these principles of equity and fairness are woven throughout the report and articulated through our 4 E's approach. So when we look at the first E around education, our recommendations truly underscore the importance of not only conveying to New Yorkers the importance of paying their fare, but also important messages about how paying your fare can lead to important investments in infrastructure in your own station, for your own bus stop, and for the network as a whole. Certainly in the area of education, we also were very proud to be able to recommend for student Metro cards, expanding the number of rides from 3 to 5 rides per day, which would be transformational for students who are pursuing a job, pursuing an internships, and other after-school activities. When we look to our recommendations in the area of environment, and I'm really excited about the 21st century fare gates and how this not only will be a deterrent for fare evasion, but it's also going to be a tremendous improvement for customers in terms of their experience going through the fare gates, but also for those who are disabled, it will be a transformational experience, or for a parent, it will be the same who might be pushing a stroller. When we look at our work in the area of equity and looking to fair fares, our recommendation calls for the doubling of the current eligibility levels from 100% to 200% of the federal poverty level. understanding that there are riders in this city that are making difficult decisions between paying their fare and other basic needs. We are grateful to Speaker Adrian Adams and the New York City Transportation Chair Sylvina Brooks Powers for supporting the panel's recommendation in this regard. And we're also very encouraged to see that the mayor's office has taken the step to increase eligibility for fair fares to 120% of the federal poverty line. It is certainly our hope that in future years that our recommendation of increasing to 200% of federal poverty level will be realized. I know that my colleague Roger will talk about enforcement and the through line in terms of equity. I'm equally proud with our panel members and with Roger that our work in this area of enforcement will really convey our thoughtfulness in making sure that our recommendations were not only firm but fair and really put forth a warnings first approach. So I'm excited to see in the future what will happen in terms of the implementation of our recommendations, and I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge our panel members and MTA board member David Jones for your incredible work in the Community Service Society, also to our panel member Lisa Dalgan, to the MTA leadership and staff, and to the men and women of the MTA for all that they do for New Yorkers, and for the NYPD and the MTA PD for all they do to keep us safe. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. One of the key messages that we tried to stress in this report was the importance of reducing fare evasion. And you heard from Chairman Lieber as to the importance of the MTA. I mean, $700 million is a significant amount of the fares collected by the MTA, and to not be able to utilize that towards your budget is going to cripple your ability to do what Chairman Lieber was talking about, which is to increase services rather than decrease them. But the importance of minimizing, if not eliminating, fare evasion, it's not just to the MTA. It's to the general public that lives in our tri-state community. The MTA system is one that represents roughly 40% of all transportation throughout the United States. The number of persons who depend on this system is vast. And this city and this tri-state area would not work but for the MTA system. And what we tried to stress in the report was the civic duty that all users of our system have to support a system that benefits them and their neighbors. And we also tried to recognize, and I think Chairman Lieber hit on this, there is a need to stop now what appears to be this increasing behavior of let someone else pay for this, not me. If we do not change patterns of behavior now that will then become permanent, you're going to make it impossible for 6 years out to have a balanced budget. What you also make it impossible for riders on the buses and the subways to feel like that they are part of a community that is working together. And we saw it from countless commentators who are public users of this system. It really is infuriating to be paying and then see someone else get on the bus and walk right by the bus driver who's been instructed don't do anything for safety reasons and sit down. So our report has stressed enforcement on a fair basis, and David Jones was very, very adamant about the need to make sure that there would be equitable enforcement across the board, that there be enforcement in areas where there is a large amount of evasion, but not focusing on communities of color. The idea is, if you're on the Upper East Side or in East New York, you have to be aware of the need to pay your fare. So among the enforcement mechanisms that we're looking at is, as indicated by several people here, it's not just police. In fact, it's the opposite. To use civic enforcement measures to the greatest extent possible, our Eagle teams being a prime example. And to move the Eagle teams not just from the select buses, but onto the local buses in ways, and to inform users of the system through their communities. This is real. We are going to have more persons looking to ensure that you are paying your fare. And if you don't do this, there are going to be consequences. We were very pleased to hear from all 5 of our DAs that going forward, there will be enforcement against invaders who are either a danger to the system or who are vandalizing the system in order to benefit monetarily from it. And they will be prosecuted. It is also important for the members of the community to understand, as Rose pointed out, there are ways to make this more affordable for you. So whenever there's going to be an enforcement drive within a particular subway station, a particular bus route, it will be involving community members, involving stakeholders to make clear to the users, if you can't afford to ride, these are ways that we can help you do so. And to make clear, and it's not just subways and buses, the tolls on bridges and tunnels, which is key. Fixing that is key to being able to have congestion pricing work. Everyone who drives through one of these toll gates needs to understand, if you cover your license plate, if you do something that is designed to not have you pay, we will catch you, and you will have to pay for it. And unless that message is conveyed, you're not going to be able to move forward. I guess the bottom line of our report is that this is a massive undertaking, and I am thrilled, together with Rose, to see that the MTA is really taking this seriously. That we are hearing about all sorts of efforts. I heard from Board Member Albert. What is it going to take to be able to do this particular measure? That is actually something that we look forward to seeing the MTA do, to study exactly all of the legislation that's required, all of the technology that is required to implement these recommendations. And we encourage you to do everything you can. If we do not have progress now, it's going to be hard on the MTA and frankly, very hard on the community in which we live to be able to think that we are in this together in ways that, we require us to work together to solve very difficult problems. Thank you.
Roger and Rose, thank you so much. And so the report is now out in the world, and it's time to take these great recommendations and turn them into reality. How are we going to do that? What we're going to do in a minute is hear from our agency presidents about how it's already beginning to happen. But first, just to set the stage for that, the basic approach here is, first, we're going to be extremely rigorous. We're going to be relentless in looking at every one of the recommendations, and there are over 70 of them. And we are going to look closely at how exactly to implement them. We are already doing this work. Every recommendation will get attention. We'll figure out how it can be implemented, what kind of work we can do ourselves, where we need external partners. And we will run experiments, data-driven experiments, to see what really works. Experimentation is the 5th E, as the panel report says. Some of this will happen, has already happened, will happen soon. Some of it is going to take years, but we're not going to take our eye off this ball. The second principle is partnership. There's a lot we can do ourselves, and everything we can do internally here at MTA we will do. But there's a lot where we're going to need help. And so we will, as part of the panel work, we already had a lot of liaison with City Hall, with Albany, with the DAs, all 5 DAs for the first time really coming to the table to talk about this, and with our partners at the NYPD, Chief Kemper and the Transit Bureau and others. And we will keep reaching out to them. There will be legislative changes needed. There will be operating changes and policies and procedure changes needed at agencies that we outside the MTA, and we're going to do everything we can to make those happen. And the third element is transparency, and we will be back to you. This is the first of regular reports we anticipate making to this board. We owe it to you, we owe it to the panel that did all this work, and most importantly, we owe it to our riders who tell us all the time, those who do pay, hey, what are you doing about those who don't? And we are going to keep faith with those riders and keep faith with the ones who aren't paying and make every effort to turn them into paying riders. That's the whole idea. So with that, let's hear from our presidents a little bit about what's already in flight, and we'll start with bridges and tunnels. And Kathy, I'll invite you to talk a little bit about what we're doing to actually watch the license plates coming past our toll gantries and to do better at catching the folks who aren't paying.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. So I'd like to highlight two initiatives today. We talked about some of these at our committee meeting, really focused at the committee on education, but looking at license plate readers. So through the license plate readers, they're installed at our facilities, and we've interdicted over 8,000 vehicles with 3,800 summonses for covered and obstructed license plates just issued in 2022 alone. And we want to increase that effectiveness. So we are seeking out new technologies and talking about the environment. And we've added portable license plate readers that we can deploy at different locations to look at the different traffic patterns of our persistent toll violators. We are already seeing the fruits of this labor. We have 6 of them deployed. One is a test setup, and the other 5 are actually already in use. We've recovered over $77 million of all tolls owed by these toll evaders, and that's since we went to open road tolling. Next slide, please. So this focuses on enforcement. So we could be even more effective with changes to legislation. We support the measures that address toll evasion, including proposals that Governor Hochul had in her 2024 budget. Those would allow DMV to suspend vehicle license plate registrations for unpaid tolls. We currently do not have that capability. It would also allow B&T officers to confiscate license plate covering devices. Again, we do not have the ability to confiscate. We can remove them and give them back to the driver, but we can't take them away. And it would also increase penalties for intentionally obscuring those plates in Manhattan's Central Business District and on B&T crossings. I'm very proud of the B&T employees and their dedication to eliminating toll evasion, and we look forward to continuing work with the Blue Ribbon Panel's recommendations, ensuring all B&T customers pay their fair share.
Thanks, Kathy. This was covered in some more detail at all the committee meetings on Monday, and the idea today is to hit some highlights. At the commuter rail meeting on Monday, Kathy Rinaldi presented on a lot of the initiatives that are underway for Long Island Railroad and Metro North. Kathy's not able to be here today, but Blanca Lopez, I think, is going to talk a little bit about what's going on the commuter rail front. So thank you, Blanca.
Thank you, Jeremy, and I want to thank Rose and Roger for your leadership in putting together and shepherding this panel. So as Jeremy mentioned, Kathy went into a lot of depth during her remarks about findings from this report, and I'm happy to summarize a couple of items. So on Monday, we heard about 2 types of evasion, opportunistic and determined evaders. For opportunistic evaders, the railroads are reviewing our ticket validity periods and activation policies so customers have less opportunities to reuse tickets. Too many customers wait to activate their ticket until they see a conductor. And when it comes to determined evaders, the railroads are partnering with the MTA PD to more effectively deploy train patrols and address problems when they occur on trains. Lastly, railroads are also reviewing all the different ticket options and variations that are currently sold and looking for ways to standardize and simplify so the overall fare structure is less confusing to customers and difficult to collect for conductors. These were some of the actions highlighted at committee, and I also want to relay that a lot of these recommendations were also being studied and to the point of being implemented within Kathy's staff. And we'll also look forward to further updates as we continue with these recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Blanca. And that I'm glad you highlighted that theme of the opportunist versus the determined evader. It's covered a lot in the report, and it cuts across every part of the MTA and every part of the panel's recommendations is to find ways of responding differently to people who are evading for different reasons. The opportunist can afford to pay, often has the ticket or the MetroCard in their pocket and is just engaged in a little bit of thrill seeking, sees the opportunity for a free ride and takes it. The determined evader, and there's a lot of those too, is the person who is simply not going to pay unless and until they're caught and enforcement action is taken. So different approaches for different types of evaders is a big theme of the report. With that, let's turn to New York City Transit and Rich Davey.
Thanks, Jeremy. So just a couple focus points. One is mentioned about our Eagle team. And so we have traditionally deployed the Eagle team on our select bus system, but we will be later this fall, September in fact, deploying a number of Eagle team members across what we say bus hubs. So identifying areas across the 5 boroughs where there are multiple bus stops, multiple bus routes that they can observe fare payments. So I think folks know that on the SBS there is a proof of payment. You get a receipt, but obviously for our customers who can use Omni, MetroCard, or coin still on our buses, it requires our Eagle team to observe payment. And we've also worked with NYPD to provide backup for our Eagle team. So if there is a issue that escalates for whatever reason or reasons, that the NYPD can be there to assist our Eagle team. But we have found the Eagle team to be quite effective in the areas where we've been able to deploy them, and looking forward to continuing to deploy them across the 5 boroughs at some of these bus stop hubs, if you will. On fare evasion or in the subways, I want to call out Demetrius Critchlow and the team for coming up with an in-house engineering solution, we believe, on the so-called backcocking, which is to maneuver yourself around the fare turnstile and sneak into the system. I don't know if this is a video I think we have. I narrated it apparently somewhat successfully on Monday. I will do it again with a well-heeled individual in his designer shoes, expensive tie, and $1,000 phone, who clearly cannot afford the $275 sneaking in. And so that's backhawking. But again, Demetrius and team came up with, we think, as a solution, which we've been piloting, and I think the next slide will show you what that pilot looks like, if you want to tee that up, which is here at Bowling Green. So another gentleman, I think, with a designer bag and maybe a $950 phone attempts to backhawk and is surprised to not be able to do it. And, we'll try it again. And, that didn't work either. So, we've successfully rolled this out, I think, at maybe 30, sort of fare raise, if you will. And we talked about doing this over an 18-month period, but we're looking to accelerate it. But, I would say this: we know that for the determined fare evaders, they might find another way, and so we're going to continue to work with Jamie and C&D and look at some of the WAGs and other things, which I'll let you talk about. But we're determined to attack this problem, station by station, fare array by fare array.
Okay, thanks. I think we have a question from Andrew Albert.
Yes, thanks. Rich, I know that bus operators have been told to not automatically let the rear door, I'm talking about non-articulated, not automatically open the rear doors in an effort to stem fare evasion. Can you give us an update on how that is going? Because I have seen some still opening.
Sure. I mean, that, unless the bus is particularly full, right? So customer safety and convenience is obviously the operator's top priority, but we ask them not to open that door. Of course, I was at an M42 last night and, as instructed, got off the back myself. No one attempted to get on. So obviously those doors are opening because customers are getting off. We'll have to continue to monitor that, and that's, again, why our Eagle team will be out in some of these local bus routes to prevent that kind of backboarding and not paying either.
Okay.
This is important. The Eagle teams, which are this goes to one of the central recommendations of the panel, is that we should do, to the extent we're trying to increase enforcement, we should be looking at options for unarmed enforcement agents to avoid some of the, as David said, the catastrophic consequences, even if they're low percentages. So we're actually hiring more unarmed revenue enforcement officers to do that, and we're putting them on local buses, and the NYPD is cooperating with us on the how do we strategize deployments so that you have NYPD backup for those unarmed non-revenue officers. Not that they're going to be present at all these interactions with passengers, but that they're going to be there so that any interaction that goes south can be dealt with by NYPD. It's a good strategy, and it's a collaboration with the NYPD. Rich?
That's exactly right. I think that concludes my my remarks, Jeremy.
Okay. Thanks. So let's turn to Jamie Torres Springer and C&D.
Thank you. C&D is working closely with the Department of Subways and Transit on the physical environment recommendations. We see a great opportunity in minimizing the use of the emergency gates. Of course, those gates play an important role in our system. They're critical for emergency egress. They're needed for someone with a stroller, for accessibility purposes, part of our ADA accessibility. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, they're just too convenient for people to pass through. And so the solution to keep them active within the system, but also prevent them being open so that others can enter from the non-paid side, we think is delayed egress, which we're seeking to implement across the system. This also is a video, so just watch carefully the gate that's immediately in front of us. Someone here trying to just open the gate and goes to the turnstile. Now this is even better. This is someone you can see sort of trying to do someone a solid there and open the gate for them so they can fare evade. Who attempts it a couple times and then because of delayed egress just walks away. So that's testing that we're doing throughout the system right now in coordination with the Office of System Safety. We think this really has great potential, but also it's very complicated to implement it in a permanent configuration. So over the next few months, we're going to be seeking a waiver from the State Code Office so that we can implement this across the system. So more on that to come. The next thing is we're also going to be putting out a request for ideas this year based on the exciting opportunities we saw to integrate what we're calling the fare array of the future into our system. Basically, you can see a rendering of this here. It combines the more secure entry components that replace turnstiles, so either the paddles that open outward or the fins that open from the sides, which are much more difficult to fare evade than the traditional turnstile. I note that our accessibility office has been spearheading the rollout of that kind of technology in the wide aisle fare gates. We have that in 2 stations across the system and are piloting, and I think are seeing positive results in terms of the ability to avoid fare evasion with that technology. But we know that that's not enough. We know it needs to be paired with sensors and machine learning technology, which you see in this rendering sort of across the top, so that those paddles don't stay open for too long and people don't find other ways to fare evade. So we're seeking, based on the panel's recommendations, ideas from industry. We saw some of these units being deployed at Vanderbilt Hall at Grand Central. But we're going to be getting some more detailed input from industry over the next few months, and then we'll determine what the way forward is for updating and modernizing the fare array across the system.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, everybody. On the screen, you see that's one of our civilian gate guards that have been mentioned. They're currently in about 30-plus subway stations, and their job is simply to stand in front of the emergency gate on the paid side and encourage people to exit through the turnstile instead, and we're finding those guards pay for themselves and then some. Every minute that door stays closed and isn't being used for an unauthorized purpose, more people pay the fare. So a great example of all these new strategies kind of coming together, and a great innovation that's been led by our safety and security team and by our subways team. That's how I said we'd be rigorous and relentless. I can promise you, our whole leadership team can promise this board and the public, we will be. I said we'd be transparent. We will be, and so we'll leave you with the words of the Terminator, we'll be back.
Member questions or comments? Jamie Barber.
Yeah, I do. I'm sure maybe you didn't talk about it, but the messaging, the warning to fare evaders, and potentially, the cameras are on you. That can be embarrassing to people. So can you speak a little bit towards that?
Sure. So there are pieces of this that will apply in different ways depending on which part of the MTA system we're talking about. On the buses, the Eagle team members, for example, without legal change, we can start issuing some warnings, and that's going to happen. On the subways, NYPD controls enforcement. and they do some informal warnings today. The panel has asked that that be moved over to a documented system of formal warnings, kind of a first step on the enforcement ladder, being the warning rather than the $100 ticket. That's going to require some statutory change, which we'll ask Albany for, and that's going to require some policy and procedure change from our partners in the Transit Bureau. So there are steps to follow on that. Looks like
I'm
David.
sorry, I meant messaging in terms of warning signs.
Okay.
Messaging the change.
Yeah, let's talk about that, and then I know it looks like David wanted to comment as well. So the panel calls for a wide range of new messaging campaigns, and you will see those. Commuter Rail is beginning to roll them out. Our team is beginning to roll them out for bus and subway as well, just getting the word out there about the importance of fair payment. One of the exciting things that came up through the panel work is we had the chance to meet with high school students, and they volunteered to be a focus group for us on how to message effectively to kids, because the data shows that fare evasion is spiking regularly around 3 p.m. So we'll work with New York City Public Schools. Chancellor Banks was a wonderful member of the panel and is committed to be a great partner going forward. David Jones, did you want to say something?
It's more a comment and in praise, actually. I'm not necessarily always very fulsome in it. But to the panel, and Jeremy in particular, who kept us online, but also to this board, and even in my criticism to the NYPD, this is a significant move forward. When I started on this board, I guess 7 years ago, the report that there had been 100,000 stops and 30,000 arrests, 95% of whom were Black and Latino, and virtually nothing happening in the rest of the system. And to watch the evolution and understanding that this board and MTA and the NYPD ultimately made is really great. The sense of inequity that I felt when I first saw those numbers, obviously I became somewhat persistent. Everyone would groan, here he goes again. But the fact that this board and this establishment, MTA and the NYPD, and of course driven by Jeremy and the panel, is really a sense that we can make progress on critical issues. Thank you.
Mr. Mack.
I think it's crucial that you have signage.
We have some. We are going to have more. You will see it across all elements of our system. We have various ways of messaging to customers in different places. For Bridge and Tunnel, for example, we have the opportunity through the Tolls NY app. We have the opportunity to communicate with them by postal mail sometimes. You will see signage on buses. You will see signage in subways that's going to be new and fresh and different. I want to emphasize for commuter rail, one of the things Kathy highlighted is delayed activation of electronic tickets. Very significant source of fare evasion on the railroads is people who have that ticket on their phone in their pocket and simply don't pull it out and hope that the conductor won't cause them to activate it. And there will be messaging campaigns directed specifically to that. So you're going to see problem by problem and MTA mode by MTA mode, very targeted new messaging designed to reduce this problem.
Okay. I think we have to move on to the next presentation. I just want to thank again the panel co-chairs and Jeremy Figelson. We've opened a new era on this issue, and the stats are requiring us to, but we've had great guidance from you, so we're going to act on it. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the folks who are going to talk about open data, which is an area where the MTA is, I think, leading in many ways in terms of complex public entities. Andy Kaufman. Lisa. What's her name?
John.
Thanks again.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm John Kaufman, the chief of the Strategic Initiatives Group. One new function we've stood up in my area is a new centralized MTA data and analytics team led by Andrew Kuzemko here. Andy and his team are working to strengthen this capability across the MTA, helping drive common and higher standards for how we manage data and enhance the access and reliability of data to better inform executive decisions up and around the entire organization. Another part of this group's mission is to be a point of reference and expertise for data analysis throughout the MTA, encouraging the sharing of best practices, data visualization, and tools for those who use data to support specific agencies and HQ functions. Today, Andy's going to give a short 101 level introduction to the MTA's open data program, which is part of what his team is dedicated to. The MTA has always had a high level of public interest and robust press coverage. As a result, the MTA has been sharing data publicly for a very long time, with a long-standing awareness of how integral it is to building public trust and also being accountable as a public authority. Recently, we've made a lot of significant enhancements and investments in this area that we want to share with you today. Andy.
All right, thank you, John.
Oops.
One back. All right, so as John said, the MTA has been sharing data publicly for a long time. So what is really different about open data versus what we've been doing before? So open data is public data, but it's special and supposed to be easy to use. So it is data that is freely available. It's not behind a paywall, of course, it's on the web. It is machine readable. So it's not something you have to copy numbers out of a spreadsheet that we posted or a PDF. It's easy to get to, and it's standardized and reusable. So we explain what the data is for in clear commentary. We keep the columns the same. We make it something that people can expect to be in the same format all the time and build off of. And I want to say that the MTA's commitment to open data is more than just compliance with the state law. We actually believe this is important, it's the right thing to do, and it makes us a more efficient and effective organization. So who uses open data? I think each of us, when we hear that term, probably has in mind a particular type of user. I know for me, groups like Reinvent Albany or the PCAC come to mind, those sort of government accountability groups, and certainly those are very important users of open data. But it's a lot more than that. We get a lot of questions on open data and a lot of usage from journalists, from people in academia, people who are doing research on our data. Interestingly, we've started getting a lot of interest in open data from our own internal MTA employees. In my day job, I get a lot of requests for data asking, where is this? Can I get this file? Can you tell me who has this? And increasingly, I've just been telling them, that's on open data. You don't need to ask me personally. That's shared publicly. And that's starting to change a little bit of the culture, I think, in terms of how we do work here. Other government employees, city, state, federal, a lot of people have interest in New York's transportation data, and they can increasingly find that on our open data portal. And then the last group I'll mention are what we call our curious customers. These are folks who are typically very knowledgeable about our network. They might be our biggest fans. They're very interested in seeing service here be high quality. As an example of what curious customers can do when you give them good open data, we recently released one of my favorite data sets. It's very granular, much more granular than we had done in really anything before. It was subway and bus ridership by hour and by station and route. Previously, we had kind of said system-wide ridership was this yesterday or this last month, and so we're giving a lot more detail on that. We don't really advertise it when we release a new data set, but very quickly people found this online, and we found these posts on social media soon afterwards of people who had found the links, retweeted them, did their own visualizations, presented it, had insights, and then one person said that we wish all agencies were this nice with their data. On that point, we did a little bit of informal research to see what are other agencies doing in terms of public data sharing and open data. This was informal, at least within the United States. I do think it's fair to say the MTA is kind of leading the pack on this. We are doing more. Not that we're going to rest on our laurels, but we are a good example to the rest of the transit agencies in terms of what to do here. Even internationally, I think it's a very strong comparison. Okay, so these are our 89 data sets on the Open Data Portal. I will not be going through these one by one. As you know, the MTA is a very big and complex organization, and so our open data would also be very big and fairly complex. But I'll just go through a few examples so you get a sense of what is on there, what is on the Open Data Portal. We have data, I just mentioned the one on subway and bus hourly ridership. We have other ones on ridership. A lot of the ones that are on there will be things that this board is familiar with. It's the kind of material that is presented here regularly. It's about our operational performance. The railroads, subway, bus all have data sets on mean distance between failure, for example, so you can see the performance of our fleets. Things like bus speeds. We also have more administrative data sets, for example, one on contract solicitations, and then also things like the MTA Permanent Art Catalog. So it's an eclectic mix of data sets that are out there. There's a lot more to go, and we're going to be putting more out there, but this gives you a sense of what is there. So one word on how this all comes together. I could just say that Lisa Fiedler, who's sitting next to me, is basically the answer of how this all comes together. This is Lisa's day-to-day, and she's done an amazing job in the last year of building our open data program. And then my team, the data and analytics team at headquarters, is responsible for creating a lot of this data that we put out there, but we are far from the only contributors to open data. All the groups seen here, there's more that I didn't put here, are creating data every day for internal reporting, for board materials, for things that go on the web, and we are basically intercepting that and in these cases that you saw and putting it into the open data portal. So it is a big organizational task that Lisa and her team have done a great job wrangling and bringing into this format. So what have we done so far in the last year? There's been a lot of changes, and I thought this is a good time to update the board on those. So I mentioned the MTA Open Data Law that passed in 2021, and since then we've added 69 of those 89 data sets to the portal. In September of last year, this group might have realized the committee books shrank significantly from what they were for the railroads and transit to a new format. That happened at the same time as launching the new metrics site, which is metrics.mta.info. The reason I mention those two things at the same time is that we didn't lose anything in terms of what we're publicly sharing when we slimmed down those committee books. Hopefully they're easier to get through and more helpful and more focused. All the information that was taken out was put on open data and moved to the metrics site, which I'll show in a second. So that's obviously a key point. As we make all these changes, we're not taking anything away. That would not be in the spirit of what we're trying to do with open data. And then in January of this year, we may have noticed that some sites you went to on the internet, on the MTA website where you typically find your information, weren't there anymore. Again, didn't take anything away, moved it to open data and put it on the metrics site. So one by one, we are cleaning up our public-facing data and moving it into this channel. Okay, so this is what the website actually looks like. This is data.ny.gov. This is the New York State site, and we participate in open data through it. If you go there and type in Metropolitan Transportation Authority, you will find all of our open data sets. You can also search for subway MBDF or bus speeds or railroad on-time performance, whatever you are interested in. If you go here and do those things, you will actually find the data, the actual numbers. You can download the tables, you can put them in Excel, you can write a computer program. For most people, honestly, including myself, I'm typically not going to do that if I want to interact with public data. I'm much more likely to go to the metrics site, metrics.mt.info that I mentioned before. You can think of this as like the front door to the open data program. Most people don't need to go all the way in the back, although it's there if you want to. If you just want to know what was ridership yesterday or what was the railroad's on-time performance last month, you'd much more likely go here. To work with, and this is also something that Lisa's team has put together. So when you go there, you'll find this navigation on the left, usually by topic or agency. You can drill down and find the subtopic you're interested in. When you do, you'll find something like, for example, subway service delivered that we're showing here. There'll be a little paragraph. We try to keep it as pithy as possible, explaining what is this metric? How do we calculate it? We get a lot of questions on like, well, you said something was 70%. What does that mean? 70% of what? So we're putting all that there to kind of eliminate those questions and, again, be as honest and transparent with the public as possible. There's usually some selectors, a date range, your subway line or bus route, your borough, weekday, weekend, whatever kind of selectors would be relevant to get to what you want, and then the visual is below. You can hover over, get your number. If after all that you still don't have your question answered, you want more, you want to do comparison, the analysis that you want to do isn't possible here. I can't point to it, but at the bottom you can see the links there go back to the open data site. So it's all really one channel of information, and this is the layer on top of it to make it more user-friendly. And just to wrap up in terms of where we're going next, it's sort of four different things. First, we need to finish what we have already promised to do. There is an open data plan that we publish every year. And it has a few dozen more data sets that we need to get out there the rest of this year and early next. We're going to do those. So if you're waiting on one of those, it's coming. Second, we are going to continue working with internal and external stakeholders. So internal stakeholders would be this group, for sure. Other executives and managers at the MTA who want to get some data out there that they get asked about a lot that they think would be valuable to release. We also work with external stakeholders. I mentioned groups like Reinvent Albany and PCAC. We meet with those groups quarterly to hear what they are telling us, what they would like to see, what would be helpful for them. The areas that we hear from both groups actually are pretty similar, and so I think we kind of know the direction we're going in terms of topic areas. Third, we're going to continue consolidating and clarifying our data. If you go on our website today, you'll still find lots of big PDFs that probably could be in a more helpful format. There's still more work to do in that vein, so we're going to be continue to do that. And then lastly, within our team, we're going to be automating more data pipelines, both of our processes that go to open data and helping other parts of the MTA do that to make this more easy to do. If you've noticed how big this organization is, how much data we have, if we're not going to do this well, it's not going to scale. And so we need to be able to do this well and efficiently so that we can provide more open data in the future. So with that, I will stop and take any questions.
Questions or comments? Okay. Just underscore the importance of this. I mean, the data is it gives us power to self-manage more effectively, and open data gives us credibility with the public. And that's why this has repeatedly been a matter of state legislation in recent years. So we're going to keep doing well on this. This is an area where we can and will build our credibility and get more tools to become a better operator. So thank you for what you contribute. Before we get to the routine business, one of the things that we keep hearing about is bus speeds and the bus system. And I know and it was spoken about from the podium. Rich, just update the board on where we are with the Fordham bus, because that's been in the news recently.
Sure. So Fordham Road is one of our priority sort of bus roads, if you will, that we're looking to have an offset bus lane. So we've been working in both directions. We've been working very closely with the city DOT advocates, some of whom testified earlier today, Chair. You've said it often, bus is the equity of engine in this city. And I can't frankly think of almost any other place than in the Bronx and on Fordham Road. Fordham Road carries 85,000 bus customers a day. And to give you a sense of what all that means, that would be larger than the entire transit system in St. Louis or Cleveland. It would be the 25th largest transit system in America, Fordham Road. And so the Fordham Road experience is among the slowest bus speeds in our system. We've been working very closely with the DOT. I think we've come up with a reasonable compromise. I know it was mentioned there was some concern from some organizations there, but the compromise would actually add parking, which is so key on that road because there's a lot of deliveries. Our hope is that the DOT stays with us and we're implementing this hopefully later this year.
I mean, a lot of those same institutions have agitated successfully with us for us to grow Metro North service to and from Fordham Station. So I hope they're going to see the light and work with you guys on making sure we can have Bronx residents move east and west across that key part of the borough.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the topic? Ms. Soren.
So I wanted to make a comment on the Fordham Road. I've heard a lot. I find myself in a very interesting situation because I know there was some pushback with the chamber, which is my other hat, but then also with the MTA. And I will say that the plan works. I've had conversations, and I know there's a lot of pushback, but the one thing that the message I'm trying to get across is the fact that MTA is willing to go and DOT is willing to go that extra step also in meeting with this group. So it is my hope that in continued conversations, this will happen. I think the key is the parking. But there are corners, I'm not going to lie, that are super problematic, even if this thing goes through. But MTA and DOT has done a strong commitment to addressing those. So on behalf of the Bronx, as much as I can speak to, I want to thank you for really accommodating a lot of these concerns. The concerns will continue because it's the major institutions who bring a lot of tourism and activity to the Bronx. But I think there is definitely a solution. So I really look forward to seeing this happen.
think unless there are other comments or questions, we're going to move on to our routine business of minutes and motions and so on. The committee reports and other board business. The minutes of the June board meeting and minutes from each of the committees have been distributed to the members. Are there any corrections or omissions? Thumbs up for Mr. Albert. All right. Simitov. Mr. Chu is kicking in with Mazel Tov. The minutes are approved as distributed in that case. Board Member Mack. No items for bridges and tunnels, am I
No
correct?
items for bridges and tunnels. We met Monday, and there's none. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mack. Board Member Barbas, Audit Committee.
The Audit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 5 reports for full board approval. The committee seeks approval of 1, the first quarter 2023 consolidated financial statements. Secondly, the pension audits. Third, the single audit report. Fourth, the management letter reports. And fifth, the review of the MTA Inspector General's office. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Ms. Soren, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved. Anything else from Audit Committee?
This concludes the audit report. Thank you.
Thank you. Railroads, Board Member Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Long Island and Metro-North Railroad Committees met on Monday and report the following. There is 1 competitive item to award a joint agency contract for rail grinding services for $56 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second, Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved. Ms. Lopez?
This concludes the joint railroad report. Thank you.
Okay. Transit Committee, Board Member Mahaltis.
Mr. Chair, the New York City Transit Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There is 1 modification to the contract for the purchase of low-floor electronic buses for $4.8 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second? Mr. Zuckerman, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
This concludes the New York City Transit Committee
Okay,
report.
before we go to capital program, I just need to recognize 1 milestone, which is Rob Troop, who is sitting down next to Mr. Brinkman and Mr. Davey, is retiring this summer. Rob stepped in to run the East Side Access Program and to give us Grand Central Madison service and the terminal. Soon after I did initiated the review of the East Side Access Program. In fact, Rob participated as an outside consultant in that, which brought us together. The project had struggled for many years. Rob turned it around. He delivered. I'm always giving us the grace period of 2 weeks with that ventilation issue, but we delivered the project when we said we were going to. And you really worked tirelessly to give us this amazing new facility, which is going to really allow us to grow service and diversify Long Island Railroad service for so long. So I want to acknowledge Rob, who has had an amazing career in railroading, but especially his contribution to the MTA. Thank you, Rob Troop.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 1 minute?
Please.
So I just want to just say it's been my privilege to be able to work for the MTA, working with President Rinaldi, with Rob Free to put the service in. Jamie Torres Springer, who came in at the 13th hour and exhibited tremendous leadership. I want to thank the board for their support of the project, the men and women of the trade unions who worked through COVID, who worked not only efficiently but also safely to be able to get the job done. And Chairman Lieber, I want to thank you personally for putting your trust and faith in me to be able to deliver the project. So again, I've been kind of like WKRP. I've been up and down the aisle with transit agencies, Washington, Atlanta, and it's truly, MTA has some of the best transit people they're not only in the nation but in the world as well. So again,
Thanks,
thank you, everybody.
Mr. Zuckerman.
Rob, I think it's just coincidence, maybe not, that this morning I did my first time ever taking the Long Island Railroad train to Grand Central Madison from the Merrick station. I got to tell you, that was an extraordinary experience. Once the train started going, these pristine concrete walls that looked like they had not been touched by rat or water or other intrusion. I thought I was in another planet, and I'll tell you, I came out of the train, I was stunned. I stood there for about 30 seconds just looking around going, wow, this is unbelievable. I'll give the capper, though. I'm a big, maybe you are as well around the room, fan of quotations and various things that motivate you about New York. There was a Patti Smith quote that I walked over and I was stunned by. I'll just read it. It was a good day to arrive in New York City. No one expected me. Everything awaited me. I took a picture of it, sent to a bunch of friends and family. I was stunned. So, Rob, you go out in a real high. Congratulations, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, Rob. And now on to the routine business of the Capital Program Committee. Mr. Solomon, would you give us the report, please?
No Patti Smith votes for me, but Capital Program Committee met Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 4 actions, including 3 competitive requests for proposals and 1 ratification for a total of $2.7 million. The committee recommends these items and I move them.
Second?
Second.
Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
This concludes the Capital Program Committee report.
Good. Back to Mr. Zuckerman for the Finance Committee.
Thank you, sir. The Finance Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There are 2 items for a total amount of $22.9 million. The first item is a competitive award for casualty brokerage and captive management services in support of the MTA All-Agency Risk Management Program. A very spirited discussion, debate about that topic. The second item is a ratification of the declaration of an immediate operating need to administer a pilot internship program. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second?
Second.
Ms. Lopez, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
There are 5 real estate items this month. The items include 1, modification to policy for licensing, leasing, or acquisition of property rights in support of MTA capital projects. 2, an RFP conditional designation for Gun Hill Road development. 3, 2 items in support of Metro North Railroad for easements related to the Penn Station Access Project, and for I guess the 5th item is acquisition of property rights in support of the Claremont Substation project. The committee recommends these items, and I do move them.
Second, Mr. Chu, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition or abstention? Thank you. The real estate items are approved.
This concludes the Finance Committee report.
Okay, now on to some real substance. Next up, Deputy Chief Financial Officer Jay Patel will walk the board through the proposed fare and toll changes. Jay.
Thank you, Chair. First, fares and tolls are critical to the MTA's ability to operate a safe and reliable transportation system while helping to support rising costs and achieving a balanced budget. After a brief pause in fare increases during the COVID-19 pandemic, the MTA is resuming its practice of adopting biannual fare and toll increases, a practice the MTA has followed since 2010. Modest and predictable fare and toll increases help keep up with inflation, avert radical fare and toll fluctuations, and mitigate impacts on customers by offering a predictable increase schedule. On December 21st, 2022, the board adopted the 2023 to 2026 financial plan, which included a 5.5% increase to both fares and tolls. As part of the fiscal 2024 state budget agreement, the MTA was able to bring the planned 5.5% fare increase to 4%. As much, MTA staff developed fare scenarios that achieved a 4% increase in fare revenue. The public hearing process related to fare scenarios has been conducted. Transcripts and recordings of all public hearing testimony and supplemental comments have been distributed to the board members for their consideration. The board is now presented to adopt an authorizing resolution to implement the proposed fares contained in today's board materials, which include fares that increase on or about August 20th, 2023, which yield a 4% revenue. The permanent fare structure was presented. The only exception is the adjustment to west of Hudson fares. They will not increase and will be held flat. In addition, the MTA is adjusting temporary fare promotions as follows. For railroad customers, 1 temporary fare promotion and 2 study tickets will expire. The 20-trip ticket as a fare promotion that was introduced last year will expire, and the one-way Atlantic ticket for $5 and the weekly Atlantic ticket for $60, the study on those tickets will expire. On the other hand, new and existing temporary fare promotions will continue. For example, the off-peak city ticket for $5 will introduce a new peak ticket for a city ticket at $7. We're also introducing a new Far Rockaway ticket for travel from the Long Island Railroad Far Rockaway Station at the same prices as city tickets. We'll also continue the additional 10% discount on monthly tickets and continue the combo ticket. Additionally, the weekly best fare feature on the Omni will be adjusted to begin on any day of the week from the standard Monday through Sunday that was introduced last year. I submit these items for approval.
Okay, I'm going to take a motion, and then I know though there are some folks who want to discuss issues. Motion from Ms. Soren. Do I have a second on the fares? Ms. Lopez, second. There's a motion on the table. Does anybody want to be recognized on this, on the subject of fare increases as proposed? Mr. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope my fellow board members will indulge me a little bit because I feel very strongly about one aspect of the proposal that's on the table today. Many areas of our wonderful district, city, are not served by subways, but we have amazing rail infrastructure that covers a lot of them. But unfortunately, they have been priced beyond the reach of many of our residents. I and the late, great Dr. Stephen Dobrow came up with the idea of Freedom Ticket, which would allow residents of the 4 boroughs with commuter rail to utilize these great systems at a discounted rate, effectively doing away with transit deserts. While we were discussing these concepts, several Long Island Railroad stations were actually torn down: Corona, Elmhurst, and Springfield Gardens. While Corona and Elmhurst are close to subways, Springfield Gardens is in a true transit desert, was not. That station should absolutely be restored. It would help thousands of commuters. Many commuters in Southeast Queens and Northeast Queens, as well as many sections of the Bronx, are far from subways, and being able to utilize commuter rail facilities would easily cut commute times in half. People are willing to pay more for this, as has been shown by Atlantic Ticket. Many empty seats were filled by users of Atlantic Ticket, but unfortunately it was not available on e-Tix, and some of its time was during a pandemic. Without those two things, it likely would have doubled ridership. The reason Atlantic Terminal was chosen rather than Penn was we weren't sure when Amtrak was going to rehabilitate the East River tunnels after Superstorm Sandy. So we decided, rather than have possible standees on limited trains to Penn Station, we would use Atlantic Terminal. And for those residents heading to Lower Manhattan, that was great for them because it's a short ride from downtown Brooklyn to Lower Manhattan. As it was our vision that all commuter rail stations in the boroughs would have access to reduced fare commuter rail service, starting City Ticket was great, as it enabled users of all lines of the LIRR and Metro North to have access to these reduced fares. Having it available in peak hours is a fantastic improvement, no doubt about that. Losing the weekly option, unfortunately, in my opinion, is a step backwards, but hopefully just a temporary step, as getting ready for Omni is quite complex and understandable to get all of these components, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, subways, and buses available in Omni. Having all your transportation needs accommodated for in one weekly fare, commuter rail, subway, and bus, pretty much guarantees all your travel needs will be met, and there's no reason to get into an automobile. Congestion pricing will drive even more people out of their cars and onto mass transit. Once Omni is everywhere, having the weekly option and hopefully at some point a monthly option, and we can talk about pricing for both of those, would be a major step towards our Freedom Ticket concept, the freedom to utilize our amazing transportation system to get wherever you want to go, whenever you need to go, at one reasonable price. We are virtually 3/4 of the way towards Freedom Ticket, and we need that last 1/4 to truly utilize our amazing transit system that other cities can only dream about and which we are so fortunate to have. Also, because we're spending billions of dollars on our capital program, we need to make the system as available to as many New Yorkers and price available as we can. Sorry I took so long, but I feel very strongly about this, as you can tell.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have Mr. Zuckerman, I have Mr. Bringerman, and Ms. Valdivia, Mr. Solomon. Did I get everybody who wanted to be? Mr. Chu. Okay. Mr. Zuckerman, then to Mr. Bringerman, then to Ms. Valdivia.
All right, thank you, sir. Three things I want to cover. First on the balanced budget, second on the fare increase itself, and third I'll just share a view on Atlantic Ticket as well, since it's a very hot topic, it seems. So look, first of all, Mr. Chair, congratulations on the balanced financial plan through 2027 as shared on Monday in the Finance Committee. It is an incredible accomplishment. I mean, I don't think Yes, no, obviously, Kevin and Jay and the team put together unbelievable. I don't know if everyone realizes how unbelievable it is to have a balanced budget through 2027. I mean, it is an extraordinary thing. When you made that chart, which was a little humorous about all the zeros, it was meant to make a very clear statement that I don't know if the public understands or the advocacy community understands how special that is. It is stunning to me what's happened under your and Governor Hochul's tenure, and from a finance perspective, I can't imagine a greater accomplishment. As we joked in the hallway, maybe it's a mic drop moment for some. It's pretty extraordinary. Now onto the fare increase. It is necessary to raise prices to meet the rising cost structure, to include an expected higher increase in wages that we voted on a little bit ago, and that this price increase will yield. Remember, the fact is that we raised wages higher than we actually are raising fares, so we're already a bit out of whack as it is, so it is necessary. It is also healthy to raise prices for this entity and the public so there's predictability, consistent with what Chair Prendergast had come up with, which is the innovation of predictable fare increases. So there is no, everyone likes to use the word hike. This is not a fare hike. This is an increase. I don't want a hike. A hike is something like double digits. This is no hike. It's also fair to raise prices modestly so the consumer is not overburdened and is consistent across our vast footprint. It is prudent to raise prices given how long it's been since our last price increase, and the steady return to work and transit has occurred in part due to your efforts and the governor's to address safety, and the mayor for that matter. To not have this modest price increase would be debilitating to the public's precious resource, especially after the governor's led us so tirelessly and worked so effectively to bring us this balanced budget through 27, which frankly, again, is unprecedented given the depth we were with COVID. And let's be honest, this price increase is a core component of how we balance this budget. So I'm proud of our fiscal discipline. I almost kind of feel like there's not much more for me to do as your finance chair, so if you choose to fire me, that's okay.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, seriously, all right. May you live in interesting times too, right? I therefore urge us to vote yes on the fare increase. It's the right thing for the city and the state. Now, on the Atlantic ticket, I really do appreciate that management has tried to experiment with various products and services over the years. You've had lots of different products, and I think Andrew, who we must recognize for his history and his depth and his broad knowledge of the system, I think if you're the godfather of it, well, that was a really good idea, and I think the city ticket is meant to take that to the next level and broaden its appeal. What worries me about the Atlantic ticket and why I'm supportive of management's suggestion is that at its consistent application, the number of riders numbers approximately 600. Now, we have an 8 million person city. I realize it's a subset of a region, and I hear your point on the digital access to buying the ticket, but at 600 customers, it ultimately feels like while there is clearly appeal for the product for a subset, that is such a subset to be hard for, I believe, us to maintain it separately. And the notion of expanding it through City Ticket and clarifying it feels to me like the right business decision to make. Now, I would expect, like it happens with anything that sounds like a great deal, there will be people unhappy. Clearly, there are people around this table who are unhappy in defense of that product, and I acknowledge that. But when it comes to having that small of a number of products, it is very hard for me to believe that we need to create and maintain a separate fare product out there. That is one man's opinion, but it is an opinion. So, sir, I thank you for the time.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Bringerman.
Okay, on the first 2 points that Board Member Zuckerman raised, I'm 100% in support of it. On the third item, I'm with Board Member Albert. If we were voting board members, I'd be seconding his motion right now. That's all I want to say is that I support Andrew and what he's trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Valdivia.
Thank you. I second Andrew's points. So, Andrew, thank you so much for that thoughtful discussion. So, in December, we voted on a budget with deep uncertainty. I think Neil has said all this before. This is the first time we have a balanced budget for 5 years, so it's super impressive. And, you know, want to commend all the staff, Jay, Kevin, everybody who worked on this. I know from our standpoint, it will take vigilance to keep those budget balanced because of the risks in the future, because things change always, and because costs do increase. So I think our role as a board is to just continue to hold our agency to the line. My hope is even with these balanced budgets, we continue to focus aggressively on increasing and bringing our ridership back to the system. And I know we will, but that is something that I just wanted to just highlight that, bringing continued ridership to the system is how the MTA will continue to fulfill its mission and also continue to invest in our transit workforce. And I think that's really important. So on to fare increases. I participated in the fare policy working group. I really appreciated that board members had an opportunity to support and shape what this structure looks like. I believe that is different from how we've done it in the past, so I appreciate Laura's leadership and Jay's leadership on that. I do think we need to continue a discussion of how our board shared commitment to equity should be codified as it relates to our fare policies. I will say in these discussions, we didn't spend as much time on the Atlantic ticket discontinuation as I would have liked. I learned that given the immense progress that's been made, and I want to kudos the Governor Hochul, Mayor Adams, the MTA for being on board with an expansion of a city ticket. But given that, it seemed like that meant that we had to discontinue this ticket. Don't get me wrong, I'm ecstatic about City Ticket. I think it's really great. I know it's decades in the making, so I'm appreciative of that. But I don't know if it necessarily means we should do away with the many positives of the Atlantic Ticket. One of the positives is that there's actually a free transfer to subway and buses. So we're talking about an actually unified transit system. That's really exciting. That's what we're trying to push for. As I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the ridership of the people using the Atlantic Ticket is 2,500 people daily. So I think I understand that that's seen as a small population, but I also know that west of Hudson ridership is also 2,500 people daily, and they're seeing a reprieve on this fare. So why not Southeast Queens? I would like to second, I think one of the public commenters talked about a feasibility study of how the benefits of Atlantic Ticket can be continued. So I would love to see, where we are potentially. What do we think about that study? So that's the area that I am concerned about as it comes to the fare vote. In December, I did reserve my right to vote no on any future fare increase without clarity of funding support. I think I was hoping that we would get a multi-year plan, sustainable sources of funding for the MTA. So we got that, we did. So I am really excited about the fact that we got that funding. I am voting yes today because the state budget not only balanced our budgets, but it really focused on wins for riders. So I want to commend the MTA leadership here who did pave the way for $35 million, and advocates out there paved the way for $35 million in service improvements. Because if we didn't have that, we also have to make our case to riders about, yes, costs are increasing, but your service should also be improving too. And I know that's something that the presidents of our agencies in our chair is super focused on. But yeah, I do have some reservations about, in this big vote, what we're doing with Atlantic Ticket, where we're going to go with City Ticket, and how City Ticket can adopt a more kind of universal thinking around transit. That commuter railroads and subways and buses, we're all one unified system, and how do we get there? So I would love to continue that conversation, but kudos to a lot of the MTA leadership and staff who I know worked a lot of hours to make this happen, and I really appreciate the responsiveness, and I know that I don't believe anyone here takes this vote lightly. And so I really appreciate just the collaboration that we've all been able to have. This will be a burden on some folks, and that will be tough. But there are other initiatives underway, like fair fares and whatnot, that I hope we can continue to make a push to make sure that our working class and our working families are not adversely affected. So thank you very much.
Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. First, want to start with balanced budget. I think we're all gratified to see those 5 green donut holes across the next 5 years. Really pleasing, and really a credit to this board, credit to Albany, credit to City Hall, credit to so many of the stakeholders that produced this balanced budget throughout the next 5 years. And also, that budget not only included the support, but also included several requirements for service improvements. $35 million for subway improvements, $15 million for fare-free bus routes. And it also included $65 million to take down the proposed fare increase from 5.5% to 4%, which was significant. Didn't eliminate it and the need for this board to consider an increase, but it brought it down to 4%, which I want to acknowledge. And I think that the fact that fare increases are extremely difficult for this board to take, it's one of the most important things that this board does. And the requirement for us to make sure that we maintain forward progress for a safe and reliable system demands that we do take this vote so that we don't backtrack and we move forward on a lot of the service enhancements that were in the budget and that I know that the MTA leadership is committed to. I also want to recognize the focus on the expense side of the ledger, the MTA efficiencies, and the work that Rich and Kathy and the whole team have been doing to expand, and most recently even increasing the target from 400 million to 500 million. And we certainly as a board want to support those initiatives and see those come to fruition. Cost containment, those kinds of efficiencies, really important. On the issue of City Ticket and Atlantic Ticket, I do obviously want to recognize Andrew's comments and his deep and rich history with affordable regional rail. I do want to say that the new New York plan, which was most recently a major effort spearheaded by the governor and the mayor, also included in there a recommendation to expand City Ticket citywide. Much needed, especially with congestion pricing coming, especially with expansion projects like Penn Access, et cetera. Deeply disappointed about Atlantic Ticket and the removal of that. I don't think that City Ticket needs to be pitted against Atlantic Ticket. Sure, the ridership is 2,500 per day, 700 per, of which actually use the weekly. But it was such an important piece of commuting for Southeast Queens and for Brooklyn that we think it should be continued. Having said that, it is not a standalone, not a standalone item for us to be able to vote on. So we have to vote on this as a full package, and therefore I am constrained to vote yes on this particular fair vote with that in it. But again, fulfilling fiduciary duty requirement to keep this agency moving forward, this institution moving forward, the New York region moving forward, I will be voting yes. Thank you.
So on the balanced budget, I'm not going to repeat everyone because I know everyone's hungry, at least of which of myself.
Unfortunately, there's no food back.
And then on that note, I am going to assume that all the green graphics that Kevin put together were meant to represent green eggs, no ham. So thank you, Kevin. I know while you're on vacation. I've been on this board. I just passed my 1-year anniversary, and I've come to very much appreciate the level of discourse, even amongst disagreement, with both this board and the staff. And we really got an important job done, and I'm proud to have been a part of that, and been really impressed. And that, as it relates to the Atlantic Ticket, this represents another hard choice. And I learn a little bit more history every day. As board member Alberts pointed out, there's a lot of history that led into the Atlantic Ticket. But I think there's a couple very important things to consider. One, when it comes to the Atlantic Ticket. One, the City Ticket, although it's not entirely analogous, it represents an evolution of the Atlantic Ticket, not an abandonment. I also, and we've had conversations this, committees on Monday. We have to really, really be mindful of our workforce. And we heard the very impressive, job by this Blue Ribbon panel on fare evasion. We also know our workforce is on the front lines of so many of the matters that we discuss. And, fair confusion is something that we know is something that has high potential to put our frontline workforce in a position that we're really trying to get away with, So I think that's important to consider. I also think another important consideration, and again, this is, I've been very, very pleasantly surprised over the past year to realize how innovative that this board is willing to be, and primarily the staff has been willing to be. And having many experiences with other, 8 large agencies, not as large as this one, I understand how things could get mired, in bureaucratic thinking and preservationalism. And this is an agency that is positioned itself to try new things and to be dynamic and to respond to very dynamic conditions, which no one could argue that we haven't had to respond to. And if we disincentivize this ourselves as an agency, board and staff, from trying new things, because every time something is introduced, we put ourselves in a position that we cannot make an amendment or change or evolve into something else, that is a very, very powerful existential condition that could bind us from getting where we need to be. Whether it's, with moving from an Atlantic ticket to city ticket, or even, as this afternoon, we're going to see a lot of conversation about congestion pricing. We don't have a choice but to change. We don't have a choice but to try new things. And I think that we have to be mindful of that every time, something like this comes up. And I will never diminish whether it's 600 riders or 1 rider. We have a responsibility to manage the whole coop without trying to break any eggs. I'm going to keep rolling with it. So we can't diminish any rider's experience or any rider's condition or any rider's hardship. But we cannot disincentivize ourselves from continuing to innovate and respond to conditions. And this will be a continuing conversation. So, we will be able to monitor, and Board Member Valdivia said it right. We've been able to have really great conversations, and those will continue. Nothing's there's always the ability to continue to change and respond. So I'm very supportive of this, of us, adopting, the hard work that went into this fair decision.
Okay. Riders Council Representative, Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you to the staff for everything you've done. I'm not going to repeat. Thanks for West of Hudson. I support the Atlantic ticket the way the weekly thing is that we've heard from the public speakers. If there's a way that it can be kept or modified later on or added back, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mack.
Well, I can echo the same. Congratulations to everyone. All I can say is I also tend to agree with my colleague Sam. We got to look for our employees that we don't have confrontations and confusion. And I think, Sam, you're on the right track. And again, it's my pleasure to vote for the for the budget.
Yes. Okay. So, Ms. Lopez.
Very quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments and concerns expressed by my colleagues, and I also want to wish everybody a happy first year anniversary to, I believe it's like half of us who started last June. But this board works extremely hard, but your staff works even harder 24/7. I think that we need to focus, and we have been focusing on the cleanliness, timeliness, safety, and also accessibility, because we've heard that loud and clear from the public every time we have our committee meetings and our board meetings. And I think we move forward by trying to reach our 80% increase in ridership. That was made very clear by Kevin when he presented on Monday. And I think that open data system that was presented to us will certainly provide us additional data that we need to make informed policy decisions as we move forward. 2025 will come very soon, and we will have to revisit these discussions once again. I feel for everybody, these are hard times for a lot of working class folks. And this, I'm supporting this. I agree with my colleague, Neil, that this is a modest increase, but I also understand that a lot of people will be impacted by these decisions. So thank you very much for giving me the time.
Any further? Mr. Brown?
Yeah. First of all, I agree with a lot of things everybody says here, and a lot of these things I do think are substantially achievable. I'd like to, pick a nit with what Neil was saying, though, regarding we've kept the fare increases below the cost of living, and comparing it to the wage increases, which were also below the cost of living. However, they were greater than the fare increases if we do if we think percentages represents equity. But what that sets up is a situation where wages degenerate relative to the cost of living, and that perpetuates several other problems we have, particularly with recruitment. Open jobs lead to more overtime. Then we're going to have a blue ribbon commission on overtime. We've been through this cycle before. Now, how do we get out of this mathematical conundrum is through the efficiencies. And, these are substantial efficiencies we promised, and the only way to get to them is by being creative in how we address these things. We also address it by higher ridership, higher capacity utilization, more service, which, you know what then? You need more workers when you're running more service. So now you're back to, you got to hire more people that when you can't keep up with the cost of living. So there's a lot of stuff that gets turned in on itself, but I'd like to point out also that one of the big successes we've had this whole time is the simple app we're using. The other day, everybody was bragging about this app. The app was done inside the house. It was done by our employees. Our members did this. And we can do more. We can claw back work that you go to the outside consultants on. This is another source of future efficiencies in a system. And a lot of good stories here. We're moving in the right direction. Atlantic ticket, city ticket. I'm curious how this, when we go to equity, nobody mentions the equity to the express bus riders, who now seem to me to be, you've taken fuel from one wing of the airplane. You got to take fuel from the wing of the other airplane, or the airplane's going to be all out of balance. Is this too much mechanical metaphors now? But this is kind of what it does here.
To continue the metaphor, we're going to land this plane, right? So here's the bottom line. What we're voting on today is the fare increase, but it's the last piece of a balanced budget plan that was championed by the governor and the state legislature. Controller DiNapoli looked at our budget situation when we were talking about the fiscal cliff 6 or 9 months ago and said, the MTA is going to have to raise fares, cut service dramatically, but also raise fares by 75, 80 cents a buck to maintain its balanced budget. We're statutory, all of us are by law obligated to pass a balanced budget. Instead of that catastrophic scenario, thanks to the governor and the state legislature, we're voting on a 4% fare increase. And it's a resumption of the historic pattern of small fare increases every second year so people can plan on it, so it doesn't suddenly blow anybody up. The years before they did those every 2-year small fare increases, every so often they would have a 10, 15% fare increase. When I went to the state legislature for my hearing, one of the members said to me, "Why do you have to raise the fare? For the first 40 years of the subway system, they kept the fare a nickel." And I said to her, it's a great point. At the end of that, the system went bankrupt and had to be taken over by the government. We need this to be responsible. This was part of the budget deal, that there was going to be a smaller, much smaller fare increase, but there would be a small one. And we're making good on this last brick in this amazing edifice that is the restoration of the MTA's financial stability. It is an important moment. It's not without its downsides, because people, anytime you're asking people to pay a little more, you know that has consequences. But for everybody who depends on this transit system, like I always say, mass transit is like air and water for New Yorkers. We need it. And if it had been allowed to go bankrupt, we'd be talking about something very different in terms of fare increases and service cuts and layoffs. The governor didn't let it happen. State legislature didn't let it happen, and now we're talking about a small fare increase. There's also today another thing to celebrate, which is we are achieving one of the holy grails for many of us in transit in New York, which is a universal 24/7, 365 discount for people inside New York City to ride the commuter railroads, to save time, as Andrew said. We were experimenting with a different version of it for a while. That's what Atlantic Ticket is. It was an experiment. Now we're blowing it out to the whole city in the peak as well as the off-peak. That is an amazing, amazing moment that will change people's lives for the better, because they can, instead of riding an E-train for maybe 50 minutes to get into town, they can get to town in 18 to 20 minutes and back and forth to their families and so much more. So that's an amazing thing. It's in the peak when the dominant numbers of commuter railroad customers are coming. And, you know, I just don't want us to miss the forest for the trees. What we've accomplished with this budget and with this universalization of the commuter rail discount is historic. You are part of that history, and New Yorkers are going to, I hope, appreciate how important this moment is. So with that, I'll call a vote on the fare increase and all the associated pilot actions. And I'm going to ask for the ayes and nays. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All voting members counted. Any nays or abstentions of any kind? Okay. The item is passed. I thank you. With that, I believe that we are ready to take a motion to adjourn.
The toll increase.
What? Oh, tolls. Oh, yeah. So the tolls are separate. Sorry. Tolls are separate. Where is this? Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
So next, I will describe the actions before the board that relate to toll changes, which is a separate vote from the fare increase. It is the final brick in the budget plan. Today, TBTA first seeks board approval and adoption of a resolution finding the proposed crossing charge schedule increases will have no significant adverse environmental effects under SECRA, adopting the Type 2 determination and negative declaration, authorizing the execution of the negative declaration, and finding the proposed increases just and reasonable within the meaning of the General Bridge Act of 1946. Secondly, TBTA seeks board approval of the next resolution in today's materials that will, 1, repeal the prior crossing charge schedule and adopt the attached crossing charge schedule for use of TBTA facilities, and 2, authorize the taking of all such steps that may be necessary and desirable to establish, implement, and permanently adopt pursuant to law the new crossing charge schedule, which contains rates that vary by payment method, 6% for Easy Pass customers, 10% for tolls by mail, that generate a 5.5% revenue yield. The toll increase will go into effect on or about August 6, 2003. I submit these actions as described more in detail in the July 2023 toll change book staff summaries for board approval.
Okay. Is there a motion? It is Ms. Soren. Any discussion? Any comments or questions from the board? We'll take a vote. All in favor of the toll increases as proposed? Aye. Any opposition or abstention? Okay, the motion carries. Now, am I correct? I can ask for a motion to adjourn. I will take the motion from Mr. Mack. Second, Mr. Solomon. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Christopher, can you hear me?
that's my base, the PCAC. So, big meeting, mostly because we put the final, this is the keystone of the construction of a 5-year MTA balanced budget. A year ago, we were talking about massive service cuts, potential for huge fare hikes, layoffs, and today we're talking about a balanced budget that goes through 2027. I'm incredibly proud of what this board accomplished, but we did it with the advocates. I just want to shout out the advocates. We always talk about them. Some of them are here, PCAC, Lisa Daglian, all of you who supported us as we were putting together the package that Albany ultimately delivered. So we're celebrating that. Obviously, part of that deal in Albany was the restoration of small biannual fare increases, and we had to deal with that piece of business today. But the big picture is we avoided something really terrible, which we were looking at, which was something that New Yorkers really couldn't have put up with, which is a lot less service and a much, much higher price. We avoided that today. We celebrated a balanced budget for the next 5 years. So with that, Tim.
All right, first question today is right here, Andrew Siff of WNBC. Andrew.
Mr. Chairman, about 90 minutes from now, you've got some other folks who will be in this room, the Traffic Mobility Review Board. I'm just wondering, are you giving them any of your own view as opposed to what they should tell the exemption seekers?
No, I mean, remember, people forget, we're operating under a state law that was passed in 2019. Congestion pricing is a state of New York law. So the law says that the MTA has to go and get the federal environmental process done. We did that successfully. The federal government approved congestion pricing. Now the action shifts to this board of experts who are going to look at discounts and exemptions and ultimately make a recommendation for tolling. So let's let them do their work. That's where we are. Let's let the processes move to another stage. Let's let them do their work, and the MTA board will then review their recommendations once they've completed their work.
So you're not telling them anything? Like, please say no to the exemption seekers? You're just saying, do your work and then we'll weigh in?
I think that these are a group of incredibly experienced, sophisticated New York civic leaders. If you look at what they've done with their careers, it's no secret that we're trying to get to an outcome which will make sure that we have congestion pricing in place, that it complies with the state law in terms of how much revenue it raises, but with as low a toll as possible.
All right, right next door, we've got N.J. Burkett III, the president of the Academy from WABC. Newt.
Please hold your applause till after the question.
Yeah, but based on history, that's good advice.
All right, Burkett 1, Lieber 1. Mr. Lieber, we know obviously what the authority is getting out of this new revenue plan, hundreds of millions of dollars, but what are the riders getting out of this?
Listen, we're embarked on this new phase of the process, and I'm not going to be going backwards to talk about congestion pricing. It was enacted as a law of the state of New York in 2019 about the reasons for it. We have to let the process unfold. We did a 4,000-page study that enumerated in detail what New Yorkers are getting out of congestion pricing. We analyzed it to a fare thee well. It's now time to let this group of experts evaluate how to develop a tolling system that's fair to everybody.
With the fare and toll increases specifically, you're getting money from that. What are the riders getting in exchange for that? You've spoken about service enhancements, things of that nature.
So NJ, you know what's in our capital program. It's 80%. It's what we state of good repair, which is a euphemism for making sure that our 100-plus-year-old subway and commuter rail system that wants to fall down, to make sure it doesn't fall apart, that to maintain it in good working order, because this is a $1 trillion asset that needs investment. It also allows us to invest in making the whole subway system accessible, to switching to an all-electric, zero-emissions bus fleet, and to do a lot of projects like Metro North Penn Access, which is going to give people in the East Bronx first-class mass transit system for the first time. So much is in that capital program, it will be funded by congestion pricing revenues as the state legislature has dictated.
If you want to take one more follow-up, if you were going for the fare and toll increases as opposed to congestion pricing, you want to clarify that, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Well, yeah, that was the second part of the question was in exchange for
This is
the additional
joint production of the MTA and WABC. Go ahead.
I wasn't sure I was going to get the follow-up to the follow-up is
all
the
right.
reason.
These people have questions too. Go ahead.
But no, but in terms of the additional fares that they're the additional money they're paying in fares, what are they getting?
Well, listen. What we've got right now is the best subway service on the statistics in 10 or 12 years. We've got dramatic improvements in all across the system right now. So that's what we're getting, is preserving the system where we're not dramatically increasing fares, which was what we were looking at a year ago. Not dramatically cutting service, we're actually increasing service, increasing midday service and increasing night and weekend service. That is what the fare and toll increase is funding, is more service and better service.
All right, we move to Rai Rivard from Politico, attending, I think, your first news conference here at MTA headquarters. Good afternoon.
Pricing. You've been sort of back and forth on whether you support exemptions for New Jersey. You seem to open the door, then you close them. Where is the door right now?
Okay. I was trying to convey it politely. I don't want you to waste your question. I'm not talking about congestion pricing. Right now, we're embarked on the part of the process dictated by state law where this group of experts, the Traffic Mobility Review Board, evaluates just what you asked, which is ideas for discounts and exemptions and what the tolls should be. I want to let them do their work. They're serious people.
All right, we move next door to Evan Simko-Bednarski of the New York Daily News. Evan.
Good afternoon, John. How you doing? So I've got a couple of questions about the efforts to stop fare evasion. New York City's new favorite word, backcocking. The efforts to make the modifications to the turnstiles.
Backcocking, blocking, right?
That sounds very much like a New York Post headline. We're a little bit above that.
This suddenly got more interesting.
So
that's sort of like the thunderclap I had yesterday. That one right there. It's a mic dropping moment. Go ahead.
My back of the napkin math has, if the rough estimate of $2 million, for the number of turnstiles in the system, about, $570, $600 per turnstile, about 2 years to do this. If there's $46 million on the line, is there a way that we can step that up and do that more quickly? What resources need to be put in place to do that?
I'm thrilled that you're exhilarated by how that we should do it even faster. I want to emphasize what's already been accomplished, which is that our in-house engineering team at Subways figured out how to stop one of the chronic methodologies of fare evasion, which has been around as long as I can remember, and I'm a lifelong New Yorker, which is figuring out how to stop backcocking. Pretty great thing. We're gonna do it as quickly as we can, given the resources that we have available. But the message is, we are using our cups, as we say in Brooklyn. We're using our heads to figure out all the different ways we can stop fare evasion. And it used to be we just thought about fare evasion, as it was said at the meeting, just in terms of enforcement. We're going to be using ideas about how do you discourage fare evasion by changing the physical infrastructure. So that's the exit gates, the turnstiles themselves, the existing turnstiles, make them less conducive to backcocking and other ways of evading. So we're being creative, and we're going to execute it as quickly as possible. Rich, anything else you want to say?
Can I ask a quick follow-up on the exit gates, which I think we've referred to before as the superhighway of fare evasion? The current plan to put a delay in place, can you talk a little bit about how that would play out in an emergency situation when there was an active shooter on a platform?
That's the reason that it's going through the Code Authority review process. In a lot of the modern situations, you can when there's an emergency alarm activated, it automatically causes the turnstiles and the barriers to open. Okay. We have to make sure that we have the capacity to do emergency level egress in compliance with the code. That's what the evaluation is getting at. But I want to, I want to make sure that those exit gates stay closed. Just today, I went through Atlantic, the 4th Avenue entrance to Atlantic, and and there were some cops who were standing by the stairway, and I dragged them over to stay within view of, because I saw the exit gate open. People use it as a quickie form of egress, even though there's a sign that says not for normal egress on it. And the door opened, and 3 or 4 people just walked in. So I dragged the cops over to be eyes and ears on that. And the station agents who are out of the booths are now starting to pay attention to that. And what we're trying to deter, Evan, is the opportunistic fare evader. We've all seen it. It's the person who has their Omni open on their phone or their MetroCard in their hand, and they see the exit gate open and they just veer off and try to get a free ride. They're determined fare evaders, and they have their own ways. But the first level is people who are really, not planning to fare evade, but unfortunately see an opportunity and take it.
All right, now responding from the New York Post, Nolan Hicks. Nolan.
No response is needed. I guess I have a couple of Penn Station questions. New Jersey has a $1 billion budget hole coming up in the next couple of years. You've been banking on them to finance.
NJT, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Has a $1 billion budget hole coming up in the next few years. They don't have a plan to fill it. And that would seem
this
to call...
is a lead into complementing the MTA on our successful budget, balanced budget?
No,
that's
it's
where we're
asking,
going?
Yeah, it's asking how you're going to pay.
Settle this.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Okay.
How are you going to pay for a $7 billion Penn Station plan when New Jersey has no cash?
Okay. So right now, New Jersey and New York and Amtrak are paying for the much bigger Gateway project jointly. And so I'm optimistic that at the end of the day, all 3 parties will find the resources to contribute a share, TBD, for what is really urgent, which is that we change the conditions for today's passengers, not only for the future passengers who would use the new Gateway tunnels, but today's passengers who are still suffering in a substandard, incredibly antiquated Penn Station.
Your predecessors put together a Penn Station plan. He's been working with the Dolans. They hired the engineering firm. They came up with a solution that you recommended against 2 years ago. And there seem to be some larger questions about his involvement. So 1, what's your read of the ethics? And 2, what do you make of the partnership between the Italians and the Dolans?
Okay, well, there are a lot of assumptions built into that question. So I'm not going to react to all of them. All I'll say is the bottom line is there are other parts of state government that deal with the kinds of ethics questions that were raised in your article in today's Post that you just referred to. I'm not one of them. But I will say this, which is the idea that, fixing Penn Station, which is 70% MTA customers, MTA riders between the 2 subway stations and the Long Island Railroad, is not an MTA project. When we led the master plan that was developed and rolled out a couple of years ago, and when we just finished a $700 million project inside Penn Station, and when we have a lease over that whole level of Penn Station, that doesn't make any sense to me. That one aspect of the story doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not going to say anything else.
All right, moving on to Antoine Lewis down there from Fox 5. Antoine, good afternoon.
Okay, Jano, good evening, afternoon.
Hi, Antoine.
Question for you. The budget is balanced for the next 5 years. A lot of commuters, strappingers have expressed anxiety that we may be back here again even before that time. What do you want to say directly to those who are worried that this may just be a Band-Aid and we may be back here again saying we may have to...
Well, number one is this is historic. Never before, at least in the last generation, has the MTA had a 5-year balanced budget. We have It is a realistic budget because, one, MTA has already demonstrated that it has the ability to save hundreds of millions of dollars with efficiency. So we've actually started implementing that element of the budget. Two is that we not only have some new revenues from state government, but we have a share of the coming casino revenues, which I think are upside, that's going to be potentially a source of upside, as to say, protection of our balanced budget for a very long time, and that we have realistic projections. We're not counting on getting every rider back, Antoine, who was ever, pre-pandemic. We're not counting on complete elimination of work from home and hybrid work. We're making realistic projections of ridership. And we have, as you heard today, if you saw the board meeting, we have an aggressive plan to combat fare evasion, which has cost the MTA money. All those things put together ought to give people confidence that this is well managed and the budget balance is real.
Anna Lay back there from the New York Times. Anna.
Hi, standing today.
Yeah.
I have a couple of Eric Adams questions. Have you noticed any changes from the NYPD in terms of their approach on fare evasion since the Blue Ribbon Panel report was released? And I'm also curious if you've gotten any sign from City Hall that they might double the salary threshold for fair fares, like many people have been calling for.
Okay. So in the latter question, they just came to an agreement with the council. And fair fares, the proposed expansion of fair fares was a significant element of that. They reached a compromise, which was to raise the eligibility threshold by 20%. There have been calls for it to be raised much more, but that was a compromise achieved, and they added money to it. So my focus now is not on second-guessing the compromise that has already been achieved, but rather on making sure that we all get out there and sign people up for fair fares. Anna, the biggest disappointment right now in this whole area is that there are 700 now, thanks to the increase in eligibility, there are probably 1 million New Yorkers who are eligible for fair fares, but only 200-some thousand people are actually signed up for it, and many of them aren't using it all that much because they don't even know that they have this benefit, because it came to them when they applied for food stamps or another public benefit. So we all have to get out there and make sure that people who are eligible are enrolled in the program, that they know that they are entitled to a half fare program, and they start taking advantage of it, because it is one way to increase opportunity and access to education and health care and so much more for people of low income, and we want them to benefit from it. So that's what I'm thinking about on the fair fares area. Listen, we have an incredible partnership with the NYPD. The Chief Kemper, who runs the Transit Bureau, has been a great partner. We actually we briefed him fully on the Blue Ribbon Panel report, and we've talked about elements of that pertain specifically to the police. One in particular that I called out, I think, in the board meeting is they have agreed to collaborate fully with us on this idea that we're going to have unarmed revenue agents, the Eagle teams, going on local buses. Historically, they've been limited to these, what they call the SBS buses, the buses where you pay in advance and take a receipt and so on. That hasn't been very successful. We need them on the local buses. They've agreed to work with us, not by themselves being the folks who do all the enforcement, but by doing deployments of additional NYPD officers, not Transit Bureau, but above-grade NYPD officers, to support the new unarmed bus fare enforcement teams. That's been something we've worked on with Chief Kemper and his team, and we're putting our deployment plans into place.
All right, and we're going to go out east now via the Zoom equipment. Alfonso Castillo of Newsday has safely pulled over so he can ask a question. Go ahead, Alfonso.
I don't take questions from people or in automobile transit.
He appears to have pulled over, sir,
okay.
on the side of the road.
Parked outside the Hicksville Long Island Railroad Station.
Okay, good. That'll do it.
Yes. Earlier this week, the Long Island Railroad released its latest customer satisfaction survey. It showed that satisfaction fell quite a bit after the opening of Grand Central Madison. I imagine the prospect of higher fares is not going to do anything to increase satisfaction. So what do you say to riders, some that I'm sure I'm going to speak to now, who would find the timing of this fare increase kind of particularly offensive, given some of the frustrations they've had in the last few months?
First point, which I'm sure you'll share with your potential interview subjects, is that that railroad fares are still below pre-COVID levels because we cut them dramatically early on in an effort to try to bring people back to transit. So please share that with people before you ask them to inveigh upon the MTA, okay? So that is, seriously, that is, I think, hugely relevant, is that the fares are still lower than they used to be, even though everything else in life has gone up. I mean, I actually have on my desk a list of how much the price of Newsday and the New York Times and the Daily News and the Post has gone up. I don't know the price of Streets blog, but seriously, everything else in life has gone up in cost, and everybody wants us to fairly pay our workers who themselves are experiencing the realities of inflation in life, and not to mention the fact that they worked heroically through COVID. So we all need to accept that the MTA raising fares 4% when surrounding inflation of the last several years is well in excess of that is responsible, and what it delivers is balanced budget that preserves service. In the case of the Long Island Railroad, and you should also mention this, we've gone from 600 plus trains a day to 900 plus trains a day. It obviously has, disrupted travel patterns for a lot of folks, and we're all, people are settling down to slightly different commutes. We've seen an improvement in the perception of the numbers, even since that big survey that Kaufman reported on was taken. But part of that is we're actually doing what we said we were doing, Alfonso, and that you challenged us to do from the beginning, which is to listen to the riders and make changes. And not only have we moved trains around incrementally and added cars to certain consists, and you're well aware of all that, and it has had incremental improvement in terms of rider satisfaction, but now we're making some big moves. We're adding through trains to the Atlantic branch, one of the principal causes of dissatisfaction. And we're moving trains to Penn because, unsurprisingly, the projections about the Grand Central to Penn mix were slightly off, but enough that riders to Penn felt that they weren't getting enough service, and we're making adjustments. You've reported on all that. So all of those things together represent the MTA's continued commitment to addressing rider satisfaction issues. And, as far as fare increase, I mean, you got to be honest with people that we had a pattern of small every 2-year fare increases. All we're doing is going back to what everybody knows has been a successful pattern in the past.
And onward to Greg Mocker of Pix 11 back in the mezzanine. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Chairman. Back to a congestion pricing question. Is the MTA working on the
But McCarthy insists that I remind you there are 5 trains from Hicksville to New York City in the next hour, and that wasn't the case before Grand Central Madison. But go ahead.
Congestion pricing question. Is the MTA working on the infrastructure? Might people start to see some of the vehicle?
Yes. I mean, I think Greg, you've covered us closely. The answer is yes. When we got the federal environmental approval, we immediately kicked into gear and gave a notice to proceed to the contractor who's responsible for installing the infrastructure. And they are starting, I mean, it's not an invasive system because it's just cameras and sensors. But yes, we've started that installation as we've also started to build out the software, what we call the back office system for capturing toll information and generating bills and so on.
All right, Michelle Caskey is here from Bloomberg News. Michelle, good afternoon.
Hey, Jano, since you have 0 deficits now through 2027, I don't have any questions for you. but
okay,
I wanted to
drop
ask.
That mic, sister.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about congestion pricing and, what would you say to whether it's Governor Phil Murphy or anyone else who's saying, look, you know, there really does need to be a longer formal environmental inspection.
I think you got to go
starting.
back and look at, I've asked and answered that question so many times now that I'm going to take a pass on that one, respectfully, Michelle. But I'm happy to entertain another question, because I think we've asked and answered that many times in this forum and otherwise.
Okay, so how about with climate change? You have a study coming out later this year, the Climate Action Plan that Jamie mentioned on Monday. And so how much do you think that climate change will be a part of your 20-year needs assessment and also your next capital plan?
That's a great question. It's a big piece of it. But I'm going to invite Jamie to come to the podium and talk a little bit about it. Yeah.
Thanks, Jano. That's right. It's certainly addressing climate change is a big piece of it. We saw with the events, the heavy rain events that impacted Metro North service a couple of weeks ago, you know, we can definitely draw a straight line between climate change and these kinds of events. And what we're doing is we're not just focusing on one kind of event, because that's always fighting the last war. We're doing a multi-hazard assessment. We're looking at every kind of climate hazard: heavy rainfall, sea level rise, coastal flooding, high heat, winter weather. There's one more that I'm going to remember as I'm answering. But all of that together we have to look at, because rain events, yeah. All that together we have to look at because we're addressing all of these things, and that will be a big part of the 20-year needs assessment, which leads us into the next capital program. And certainly the direct connection here is between what we get out of congestion pricing, the value that we get that we're able to put into the system in terms of capital, and addressing the impacts of climate change. So not only mitigating climate change through congestion pricing, but also addressing the impacts of building resilience in the system.
Has the MTA built out an estimate of how much, or is it in the process of sort of getting this sort of an overall number of how much climate change is costing the MTA?
Yeah.
Well, I think actually the right answer is not to do that. The right answer is to say, climate change is a thing that we are only going to be able to address if we integrate it into everything that we do. So in some respects, I mean, think if you take the biggest step back, the MTA and our operations is the biggest way that we fight climate change. We avoid 20 million net tons of carbon emissions per year by the fact that we're operating service. But then, the costs that we put into everything that we do in the capital program going forward are addressing climate change in these incremental ways, and that's the only way we're going to be able to address all these hazards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the things we're investing are not only because of climate change. In many cases, that you have an old system, and having zero emissions buses is good for air quality, right? It's not just for climate change reasons, but we are committed to that for all those reasons. Okay.
We're going to move on Zoom. Christopher Robbins has been standing by from Hellgate. Chris, good afternoon.
Sir.
Hello. Two quick questions about Penn Station. This week, the City Council debated how long they should extend MSG's operating permit and what they should get from MSG in return. The Planning Committee recommended 10 years, but some other council members have suggested that it should be much shorter time period. How do you see this vote affecting the plans to redesign Penn Station, and what specifically would you like to see the council decide here?
Listen, the land use action, we're not really taking, it's not appropriate for us to take a position on that. But what we have asked for, and we've been very open, is some provision or condition in how it is structured that makes sure that the garden is cooperating in a way that makes it possible for the railroad station and all the railroads to have just a much better station for passengers and for all three railroad operations. And for the subway. I mean, don't forget that the 8th Avenue station and the 7th Avenue station within on 34th Street are together the largest single subway complex in our system. So this is as much about the subway passengers as the railroad operations that always get talked about. So those are, that's really our position, is that they need to have a condition or a structure or requirement that gives us all the assurance that the opportunity to make Penn Station much better for the riders It's the busiest transportation facility in North America, is guaranteed, and we don't just kick the can down for another, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or 10 years or whatever, and have the same discussion at that time. It needs to be done now.
Last question for you. Has the ASTM proposal at all affected how the MTA is approaching Penn Station? Would you consider any of the elements?
Yeah, I mean,
good enough to borrow?
You know, it comes down to a debate about what ought to be done on 8th Avenue, and that's not an illegitimate debate. You've heard our views on whether, because of the passenger, where the passengers are, what ought to be prioritized in terms of expenditure. That's the whole debate. But whether it's ASTM's version of the world or ours, the same things are needed from Madison Square Garden. We need cooperation on getting the taxiway so that we can turn it into an open, skylit train hall to benefit the 7th Avenue customers, who are by far the dominant number. The huge majority of the customers are coming from 7th Avenue. And we need real estate accommodation so that we can dramatically improve the entrances on 8th Avenue. In our version, that's the two corners, the 8th Avenue and 31st Street and 8th Avenue and 33rd Street corners. And we need that in whether it's ASTM or the ASTM's ideas or ours. The only disputed issue is whether we would buy out the Hulu Theater from the Garden and pay the extra cost, which is $700, $800 million or more, to disentangle all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems of the Hulu Theater from the Garden Arena. That's, when people talk about, you've heard some people talk about the cost of the Hulu Theater, it's not just the cost to acquire it from Madison Square Garden. It's also this additional construction cost to disentangle it. And that's, you've heard our views on whether that is a priority. I have, my own priorities, first, second, and third, are to make sure that, as I say, this 100-year-old subway system, which wants to fall down, doesn't. I got a lot of stuff that I got invested to make it, ready for climate change, ready for the era of climate change, and so many other things. That's why we're having this debate.
All right, Dave Colon from Streets Blog. Dave, good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Jano. Jano, I had a couple for you. One was, I know that Rich talked a little bit about Fordham Road and an update on what things are going on there. And I know that he mentioned that he hopes that DOT sticks with you guys, sticks with their plan. I think that there are some worries that in light of McGinnis Boulevard and City Hall saying you got to go back to the drawing board, do it again, that could happen on Fordham. So I'm just curious, what does this mean? If that happens, what it means for the relationship between the city and the MTA, what it means for the MTA's plans for bus riders?
I'm not going to speculate right now. We're in the middle of the process on Fordham Road. What you did hear from Rich during our board meeting is just how important the Fordham Road corridor is to people in the Bronx, that there are 85,000 weekly customers there, which I think you said is as many people as use the entire transit system in major cities like St. Louis or Cleveland, who are dependent on the Fordham Road bus corridor to get east and west, which is tough in the Bronx. And so it is really important. It was a centerpiece of the agreement that the city and the MTA made after that summit that the mayor called at City Hall to advance, to increase the pace of the bus lane expansions. And we've also worked closely with local electeds to kind of build a little more understanding of how this could benefit Bronxites. I mean, some of the institutions are saying, well, we're only worried about the tourists that come from Manhattan or Westchester. We're saying, and them being able to park, and we respect that. And there seem to be other ways of solving that with municipal lots and other ways. But we can't de-emphasize and under-prioritize the lives of people of the Bronx, some of them also Upper Manhattan, who are trying to get east and west across this incredibly busy corridor, because the subways run north and south. They got to be able to get east and west, and they got to be able to get to those major employment centers and educational facilities. That's why it's a priority, and we'll hope that it all carries through.
And then I was wondering, you were taking some brickbats on the ditching the free transfer from the Atlantic ticket. And, you said the city ticket is a historic achievement and expansion.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm just wondering, we've got Penn Access coming up and you have other options to get people onto the LIRR and Metro North. I mean, is there going to be another kind of historic, eons long wait for people to see something like a transfer added to the city ticket?
Listen,
or is
we
there going to be a study?
No, I mean, listen, that's a fair point. Like, when we're talking about fares, our board members and advocates are entitled to pitch for what they think is the right fare innovation, right? And we expect that to include, and we've talked to the PCAC a lot, they've been very consistent and productive on this. They speak for a lot of riders, they've been innovators, and they prioritize having more connectivity, more discounting of subway and bus travel for people also using the commuter rails. That's fair. We will study that when we come back to the next version of fare adjustments and pilots. But in the meantime, I don't want it to be missed. This is my repetitive theme. The forest for the trees, that we are making commuter railroads citywide. 2 years ago, it was limited to the weekends. The discounts for commuter rail travel by New Yorkers within the city were limited to the weekends. Now, it's not just off-peak, but it's in the peak. It's 24/7, 365 discounting, so that something I've been talking about with transportation geeks since the 90s is fully accomplished, which is making commuter rail travel inside the city more available and more affordable for New York City residents. That's a huge accomplishment. And there's obviously more progress to be made, and we're going to debate it, and we're going to study it, but I just don't want it to be missed that this is a milestone from that standpoint.
All right, closing out the proceedings today is Ben Brockfeld from AM New York. Ben, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jano.
Ben.
First question I wanted to ask was about the fare increase. Specifically, was there any consideration given to raising subway and bus and paratransit fares by a smaller amount and raising commuter rail and tolls by a higher amount? Given I don't have the data in front of me, but I think it's
Clearly.
I think it's a fair assumption to say that the commuter
all kinds of combinations are looked at. I think you heard this before. What the team, and where's Laura? There was some really great staff leadership by our team. Well, the prioritization, there were a lot of different combinations looked at. What people came to the conclusion is we want to prioritize the fares that have the most equity value, and that's why we are increasing the 7-day. First of all, we introduced the rolling fare capping for the 7-day Omni pass, and then just to make that increase a little bit smaller, because what we're seeing is that the essential workers and the people who are the biggest users of the system, who benefit most from the automatic 7-day, are lower income than the more occasional workers who tend to be more hybrid or work from home types. So that's the way where we came out, is prioritize the people who are most dependent on transit, and we looked at that principle across all the different modes.
And I also wanted to ask about the free bus pilot. During the presentation on Monday, I cannot remember who was giving the presentation, but basically there was a lot of talk saying, almost like this is going to be over in 6 months or 12 months, so don't get used to it. But so if it turns out to be a rousing success, significantly increases bus speeds, increases ridership, how much consideration would the MTA be giving to expanding it and making it permanent?
How speculative do you like your questions to be, Ben? I mean, that's really the question I have back to you. Is you've included like 5 different factors. So we were asked to study this as a pilot to gain information. We've chosen routes that give us the best chance of fulfilling the mission of the legislation that said do a pilot, one route per borough, collect information, and we'll see where we are. We're in the process of doing it. I think that the team that came up with the routes took it seriously. That was my commitment to the legislature was that we would take it seriously and do it on the level. I've, in this forum shared with you my anxieties about, just general conversation about free. But we are doing it on the level, and we intend to collect the data and see what it tells us.
All right, thanks everybody. Thanks Jano, Rich, Jamie. We'll see some of you back here at 4 o'clock Eastern Time on the same feed for the Traffic Mobility Review Board. But for now, good afternoon from Lower Manhattan.